properties. Okay, that should be better. I don't know what happened there, but that should be much, much better. Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Yeah, so I got new foundation in today from House Labs. I went out to Sephora, went out to Ulta. I also got blush and bronzer from Juvia's Place. I thought we'd just play around. I don't really have a specific, well, I think I have a look in mind, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. What made me got into it was I realized the finish that I really like makeup wise is natural. And I was looking up what foundation Jackie Aina uses. And ooh, I can't remember on the top of my head, but girl, it was like 50, $60. And I was like, I know it's probably worth it, but I don't want to spend that much. I just don't want to. So I decided I was going to try the House Labs, which has a natural finish. I figure maybe if I can find a natural finish foundation, we might be good. I don't know why I can never see my own. You know what? I'm going to pull this up on the desktop. I've heard really good things about it too, especially the shade match. When I went in there were maybe 2 or 3 different shades that I possibly could have gotten away with. I'm hoping I picked the best one out of those 3, but you know, if I have to run back, I have to run back. Let me see. Can I post to my story from my desktop? I feel like this is very, very... No, I cannot. Why is this not working on my phone then? I don't know how I posted about this on Monday. I have no idea. I posted and said I was live on Monday because it's not showing up in my... Oh, wait. You know what I got to do? Found it. Found it. Found it. I figured it out. We figured it out. I found it. Okay. Share. Copy the link. Open up Instagram. I feel like I'm 80 years old, figuring out how to use the phone for the first time. Okay, and then link. Post the link. Here we go. Live now. Ooh. Ooh, here we go. Here we go. Trying out new foundation from House Labs on YouTube. There we go. There we go. And then let me post onto Threads as well. I kind of like Thread. It's cute. Try now out House Labs. I feel like at some point I'm going to figure out this intro thing, but I'm also like, this is where people are coming to the chat. So maybe it's cool that I'm just like hanging out here for a second, just letting everybody know, like the town crier, that I'm live. I feel like it's fine that this is dead while I'm figuring things out. Checking out House Labs foundation on the stream tonight. And then my picture. Okay. Posting. And I guess I should do TikTok, but I really don't care about TikTok right now. I just don't. I cannot focus on that right now. That is not my life at the minute. Okay. How are you doing? Now that I'm here, now that I can focus, how are you doing today? I really hope you're doing well. By the way, I have the peach Bellini candle burning at the moment. And it's nice because I leave the room when I'm like becoming nose blind to it, and then I come back into the room and then I can smell it. I can actually smell it right before I get into the room. But I don't know what it is. I just remember these candles being so potent. Yes, it's from Bath and Body Works. Yeah. And I imagine you're ready to clock out. I imagine. But yeah, I feel like I remember these candles being like so top tier and so potent, but then I kind of wonder if maybe I was just younger. I don't know. I don't know. Because even people still enjoy them today. But truly, I smelled a top tier candle. I have the Jackie Ina Forever Mood. Which collection is it? Because they don't even make this collection anymore. It was like the Sen Moods or Sen. I'm pretty sure it was called Sen Moods collection. Hey, Mina. Hello. I'm the last time I got off, I was literally like, this just feels like I'm like FaceTiming, which is, like I said, dangerous. It can be dangerous, but it's also fun. It makes this fun. The candles were lethal because that became my standard of candle now. You could open one of those candles without burning it and it would make the whole room smell. And that's where I learned the word throw. Okay. I've never in my life knew that word, but I learned that word because I needed a way to describe her candles. And yeah, she does still make candles, but a lot of her candles are like girly scents now. They seem very like light and airy. Probably still just as potent. Just that candle collection was it was brown and golds, and there was one candle that was like coffee scented, and still it wasn't coffee in like a offensive way. It was just, I don't know. It smelled almost like there's a man in your house, but like it's an ideal chocolate moisturized man that runs around in like a loincloth. Like there's something really luxurious about it. That's also not offensive, you know? Like you're going to come home and that man is going to be in your house, but you're not mad because he's cooking dinner. So like you're not really mad about it. You're just like, oh, okay, I'm into this. Yeah, and I mostly just bought candles at the grocery store. So that was my standard. And I think I did. I'd bought candles years before. When I thought I was going to move into an apartment, and they were from Bath and Body Works. And I thought to myself, I was like, I can't wait to light this super luxurious Bath and Body Works candle in my first apartment. And then now I'm like, because I got them because I was like, oh, I'm going to light this super luxurious candle in my studio. And it's not giving what I remember it used to give. And I'm a little heartbroken by it. I really hope this isn't like a symptom of like you like tasted the golden nugget and then all of a sudden you can't go back to just regular nuggets again. I don't even like nuggets like that, so I don't know why I'm using that analogy, but I hope it's not that, and maybe it's literally just maybe they have toned back on some of the scent. I don't know. I've never smelled anything from Joe Malone before, though. Do they have that at Sephora? Why do I know that brand name? I've definitely heard that name before, though. I just don't know. I've never smelled anything by them. But yeah, I'm pretty bummed about it. But also, I have them, so I'm going to burn them. I'm going to use them because they're here. So, but I will be looking at the Boy Smells Woodphoria because that sounds the most like me. That sounds the most like me. Because I just like cozy smells. I don't like things that are overly sweet. That's also why I was surprised that I like this Peach Bellini one so much, because I wanted to get 3 different candles. That was the goal, 3 different candles. And I was like, if I'm going to get 3 different candles, I kind of want different moods. Because now I'm starting to get into the idea of being seasonal about things. And so I said, it's summer. Let me get something that's seasonally summer. And I've been super into this Peach Bellini tea. And I said, let me get a peach Bellini candle since I'm into peach Bellini teas, and this is going to be like a match made in heaven. And I do really like it, but I was super nervous because I was like, this is going to be very fruity and a little too girly, and I'm not going to like it too much. But it's good now. Do I think I'd like it all year round? Probably not. But I do like it right now. And then the other one I got was eucalyptics and spearmint because I wanted something relaxing. And this one just smells like straight up soap to me. And I love eucalyptus. So I don't know. I don't know. This one legitimately smells like a hand soap to me. I don't know what's going on there. And then the other one is mahogany vanilla. And I haven't burnt this one yet, but it smells okay. It smells okay in here. I saw the word sandalwood and I thought I would really enjoy that scent because I realized I really enjoy the smell of cedarwood. And I guess because they both have the word wood in it, I said, hey, let me go for it. And I also learned I really like vanilla as well. I just don't like vanilla when it's like derogatorily sweet, you know? But this one's okay. If somebody said, if you had to pick the 3 best candles of the entire world, would I pick them? Probably not. But I would say if you had a little extra money and you were walking by Bath and Body Works, maybe try the Peach Bellini. And that's the only one I would say anything about. So for this eye makeup today, because I'm going to do my eyes first, as always, because honestly, if I mess up my eyes, I could take it off and then I can start my face. I'm less worried about messing up my face. I know I wanted to do a shimmery green and a burgundy crease. That was the vision. That's what I'm going for. But I got to see if I have the right colors, honestly, because I actually don't know that I do. And I should have checked first, but here's to no planning. Are y'all doing anything this weekend? Is it a holiday weekend? No, right? No. Unless there's a weird holiday I don't know about. But are y'all doing anything? Maybe. Those colors might work. Got the blush palette. Thinking, ooh, no, I want that green. We're gonna go in with, this is an old palette, okay? So I cannot even literally suggest this palette because this palette is old as heck. Actually, is BH Cosmetics even a thing anymore? I actually have no idea if this brand is even still in business, but we are gonna go in with this green, the second row green today. We're gonna do that. You know what I haven't done in, oh God knows how long, is gone like thrifting or like gone to any, I guess antiquing. What is really the difference? Like not like a Goodwill, not like a Goodwill kind of moment, but like when you go to like one of them creaky old buildings and it's still a store, but it doesn't have, it's not like a retail or anything. Is that more like antiquing over thrifting? Because I haven't gone, okay, curated antique shop. Yeah. I used to do that all the time in Missouri when I lived there. I don't think I've ever done that here since I've lived here. But it was one of my favorite pieces that I had ever gotten. This is back when I was doing drag. So like, please keep that in mind. Was actually the skirt that I cannot part with, but I have no reason to still keep it. And I'm going to show it to you. I have no reason to have this still. I've worn it a couple times doing drag before, No reason. I've even worn it on red carpet once, but I have no reason to have this skirt still. But I just like cannot find a reason to get rid of it either because it's so great. It's so heavy, so well made. And then the inside of it is even better. And almost if I could like flip it inside out, you could do like a Marie Antoinette type of deal. I just think it's so fun. You know what? If I had, not in this room, because this room would be too small. Okay, I'll be here. But if I had room for it, I would do like a lamp and put it on the bottom of a lamp, like a lamp skirt. But I don't have a reason. This closet has like, I have my old prom dresses, my very first band homecoming dress when I was in 7th or 8th grade. I still have that. There are things that have not survived moves that I wish had survived moves. And then there's things like that have survived me moving. And I'm like, why? Why though? Why? Okay, what was I doing? I was gathering my wares. That's what I'm doing. Okay. We're gonna go into the Aurora Lights palettes from BH Cosmetics, a brand that I still do not know if is alive or not. Probably the Natasha Denona palette as well. Ooh, wait. No, no, no. I need like a good. I have so many palettes here, and I'm just like, it was. I had what is it? I also have this like really, really, really old Aurora Lights. You could tell this is old. I'm gonna show it to you, and it's just like cracked and like and I probably haven't used this palette. It's been a long time since I've used this palette, but it had, yes, the color payoff of these goes so freaking crazy. And that's why I can't get rid of them because I'm like, even with how decrepit they are, I still have to keep these palettes. And I used to go crazy with that green freaking highlighter. Why was I wearing green highlighter? God knows what reason, but I used to do that. Strobe. Ugh. It's so good. On Point also has a pretty good divot in it. This palette, it was everything. It was everything to me. And I knew in that moment, because I remember buying BH Cosmetic because it wasn't an expensive brand. It was almost in alignment with, it wasn't as cheap as e.l.f., but it was like close to that, right? Yeah. I have so many eyeshadow palettes and I'm like, I can't recommend any of these to you with a good conscience, but I have them. It's what I use. It's what I use, and I've had them for 10 plus years, and I'm still using them. It is what it is. I don't think you could say that about most palettes now. You probably cannot keep using them for 10 plus years because they probably don't last that long, just with the amount of product that they put in them. But this I know has to be 7 or 8 years old. The Aurora Lights palette has to be so freaking old. And it looks like I haven't even put a dent in them. And I've used them. So I don't know. I don't know what they were making these with. Oh my gosh, Too Faced. I've never owned anything from them. Morphe? I don't think I've owned anything from Morphe before either, but I do remember Morphe being huge. I was just so broke. I was so broke and I wanted makeup so bad that I was predominantly using e.l.f. e.l.f. used to have these blushes that were in a pump. They were liquid blushes and they were in a pump, and it was like the original liquid blush that would give you the jump scare because it was so pigmented. But e.l.f. was like the OG for that because they used to have it in a pump, and I used to have a purple one. And that, I had a pink one too. Yes. And they were so freaking good. I remember how freaking good they were. Yes, they were so good. And they really were, because I don't remember anybody else making blushes like that. And e.l.f. is so good for what? This blushes could have been like $3, $4. All of their products were literally under like $5 or something. Oh my God, the liquid lipstick craze. I keep trying to want to get back into liquid lipstick, and then I put it on my face. I'm like, this can't be the same lips that used to wear this, because why does it look like that? And I'm like, did I just overdraw my lips? Like, these liquid lips don't look the same on me anymore, and I don't know why. My lips are definitely much smoother now than they used to be. Back then they were crusty. They still get pretty crusty now, but crazy that we were just drying out our lips all the time. And I want to do it again. I see Marley wear her liquid lips, and that's really what gets me wanting to wear them. And then I'm like, but it just doesn't look the same on me anymore. Oh my God. Lime crime. I definitely have one or two. And I mean, even right here, I have like a bunch of the little like Venus palettes. A bunch. I have 3 of the Venus palettes, and I actually still religiously use them. And I feel very bad when people ask me, especially this like pink one, because all of the shades in it are so pretty and they're so good, and they look so good on brown skin. So freaking good. But like, I can't tell anybody in good conscience to buy them. Like, I just can't do it. Anytime somebody's like, what color are you using? I'm like, I don't know. I don't have the palette. I don't know. It doesn't, they don't make it anymore. The mirror, I don't know if I've ever had a mirror fall off. Oh, I guess I could see how that would happen though, because it's like kind of glued on there. They're so good. They're so good. And I got the Venus ones because I wanted so badly the Anastasia Beverly Hills, that burgundy one. What was that palette? It had the maybe it was velvet textured or something. Oh, is she? That's good. That's good. That's good, because that was real big problematic. That was real big problematic for sure. I need a brown. I'll probably do the Glam Goth one. Oh my God. And I wanted so badly to get into her brand too. Because I actually thought, like, back in the day, not now, not now with my full brain, but back then I thought she was so freaking cool, and she looked so cool. And I used to want a chandelier tattooed on the side of my face. Mind you, I have 0 tattoos. 0. And I thought I was going to get a chandelier tattooed onto my face. I told people that my mom said when I turned 18, I could get a corset piercing. Like, I was on some shit. Like, but I thought she was so cool. And yeah, I think from her brand, I only ended up with the the corset piercing is a jump scare when you look at it now, because you're like, why did we think that we could just get that? Like, were you ever going to wear a shirt? Like, what was the practicality in that? Like, but that's just unhinged things you say when you're 15, 16 years old, I guess. But yeah, I had the Shade and Light contour palette, and that was my jam. And then I think I tried to try her foundation several times, but I could never get the right shade match. And maybe that's it that I've ever had from her brand. Oh, and the Locket powder. Oh God. I hope nobody's bringing that back, because seriously, my young brain, before the chemistry started working and balancing out, I thought I was going to get a chandelier face tattoo. I thought I was going to get corset piercings. I wanted to get... Now, let me say straight up, I don't speak Spanish, never have ever done Spanish except for Spanish 1 and 2 in high school. But I saw this phrase one time on like Tumblr and said, I'm going to get this on the back of my thighs, which already tells you this is about to be ratchet as hell. But I was going to get en la sala una dama, en la cama una puta. And it's like in the kitchen, a lady, in the bedroom, a whore. That's what I was going to get. That's what I thought. I was never going to get it. That's what I thought I was going to get on the back of my thighs. Insane. Brain worms, actual brain worms. Because what? Come on. Like, what? Your idea is cute, at least. Your idea is like kind of normal. Mine was like all of the slut tattoos, give them to me. And I love a slut. I'm an ex-slut. This is not derogatory. It's just, I literally was like, just give me everything that your mom kick you out the house for. Give it to me. People would be like, I want you to say that. And I'd be like, I actually don't know how to pronounce that at all, but I got it tattooed because I thought it was so pretty. And I thought it was such a, like, and I knew what it meant. I just thought, oh, it's so pretty because it's like not in English. So horrible. I'm so glad that I'm not that person. So glad I grew out of that because actual brain worms, like actual brain worms. Crazy. I will roast younger me any day. There are some days I will hold her and I will forever just protect the journey that she had to go on. But there are some things where I'm like, somebody should have slapped you. Somebody should have told you no. And I guess I did, actually. I guess I did, because I've had plenty of opportunities to get tattooed and it just never happened yet. So I don't know. And actually, it's not that I think it's too late, but I kind of feel like once you I've made it this far without getting a tattoo. I kind of feel like the ship has sailed. I don't know. I kind of feel like if I was gonna get a tattoo, I would have gotten one anyway. Like, yeah, I couldn't imagine trying to get one and then not being, because you have to cover them, right? That is, oh yeah, that's right. I do remember you posting about that in your stories before. That's right. That's what I'm saying. In my own house, tattoo artists. I'm always around tattoo artists. And they're all always fully tatted. And then in my DMs will be tattoo artists that'll be like, and there are some really good ones. I mean, yeah, there's some bad ones too, but there are some really good tattoo artists that are like, if you ever want to get something done. It's just never happened. But also, that part of that is because the stipulation of if I let a man tattoo me, come on, we know why he's tattooing me, and I don't want to do that. Stop. That would be so funny and cute. That's what all my sisters, they want to get tattoos of our first dog, because not the dog, but his nose or his paw print. Because after he passed away, and I'm good. I don't need a paw print. I'm good. The memories are good enough. That dog didn't even like y'all, so I don't know why. I don't know why. You want to get his nose on you, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm good on that. My favorite is when they do suggest tattoos and they're like, we should get this all done together. I'm like, yeah, y'all let me know when you get that done together without me. That's the one benefit of being the big sister. Y'all let me know. That's cute. That is cute. Um, Before he had passed away, my one dog, I swore up and down because I always had a dream that I would have like a hearse or something, like a really cool car. And I wanted to turn the gear shift, uh, and use, because he was a small dog, I wanted to use his head as the gear shift. And I know that's so freaking weird. And had he not passed in a way that was just so traumatic, I probably would have tried to figure out a way to still do it, but you know, I can't look at them the same. So I was like, yeah, we're not doing that now. But that was my original goal because I thought it'd be so cool. And he was my ride or die. So it would have made sense because he's been with me through everything. He was my first dog I had as an adult. So, but I was like, y'all, our childhood dog, he didn't even like y'all. Why would you want that imprinted on your body forever? But I guess that's what it is to be a parent. I guess that's what it is. Oh, maybe these colors aren't what I thought they were going to be. I am pretty excited to get into this foundation, so I just need to put my eyes on so I could just get to the foundation. That's my goal right now. And am I doing anything? Probably not. I got invited to like a flower bouquet something or other, but I'm still waiting on my period. I'm still waiting on that shit to start. And it's ruining my life. Once it starts, I'm pretty good. But before it starts, man down. I'm not good. Baby, you not good, okay? And I've been not good for like 5 days now. And I'm like, bro, you gotta start. You cannot do this to me anymore. Like, please do. I never thought I'd beg for, well, I guess I always beg for a period, but like, never thought I'd just beg for my period. But damn, girl, just hurry up. Stop playing game. She's like being coy about it. She'll give me a little cramp here and be like, just letting you know I'm still here. I just don't want to come in yet. And I'm like, babe, just come in. I'm waiting for you. We got all the materials you need. We got everything. We're ready to take care of you. Just come on. And she's just like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm like, oh my God, you're so annoying, babe. Yes, exactly. Like, you don't have to play games. I get it. I get the deal. I've been doing this how long now? 15 some odd years. I know the game. You don't have to tease me like this. It's fine. Go find somebody else to play with, not me. Siamese cat. Yeah, I saw that you'd post about your Siamese cat on your stories as well. I sound like a weird stalker, but I promise I'm not. And I've never seen a Siamese or a tabby in real life. I really wanted one of them chicken cats, a Sphinx cat. And I actually almost ended up getting one at one point. But I think the one I wanted, they didn't have it anymore. And I was like, Yeah, I promise I'm not like deep stalking, but you know, I do be tuning in to your story. And I have really good memory too. And that's probably the worst part, because then I'll just remember something really obscure that you posted on your stories that you probably just did. You probably just posted it. And then kind of like a husky. That makes sense. They both got blue eyes. Blue eyes people, blue eye animals. Sinister. That makes sense. Siamese have blue eyes, right? Or am I thinking of Sacagawea or whatever? What was that cat's name? Not Sacagawea. Sagwa? What? Come on. I'm not insane. There was a cat, right? A cat cartoon? There we go. Okay. I knew I wasn't. I was like, wait a second. Because Sacagawea or whatever, she was the coin. I mean, the Native American coin, right? I don't know. I don't want to sound that dumb, but yeah, that was a coin. I'm not insane. Anyway. Okay. I'm speaking words that are not in languages that I know. So I'm like, wait. Yeah, because it was during the coin craze. My grandpa used to collect coins, and then we never saw this man, never heard this man. But every year for Christmas, he would just send 6 coins over for everybody in my family. And it was just like the quarter of the year or something like that. And that was it. And then after he passed away, we had found out that it was because he loved coins. And that was his way of trying to connect with us, which is sad now in hindsight. But at that moment, I was like, why is this bro just sending us a quarter? Like, what is this? Yeah. And then people want to be like, autism isn't real. Well, I don't know how to tell you this, but yes. And I think, because I think my brother also ended up really getting into all the coins that he could find that were like weird, like the weird pennies and stuff like that. And yeah, I wonder where these coins have went, because people really do never talk about them anymore. Like they were there, they were crazed, and then they were just gone. Where did all the gold coins go? Where did all the money go? I want to know. I know I didn't spend it all on brats. What happened? Yeah, that's true. Probably. I remember the first credit card I ever got. And so I really loved Limited Too. But we could not afford to shop there very often. For obvious reasons, it was a very expensive store. But I loved Limited Too, and I wanted Limited Too. And so my mom and my dad decided to give me a card that I could only use with my birth dad in Limited Too. And now in hindsight, I'm like, what a diabolical, like, kind of thing to set yourself up. To be like, hey, we're going to give this man. Yeah, they had a good card. Yes, there was a Limited Too credit card. And they gave this man the card and told him to go buy me an outfit. I came home and I probably had about 4 different outfits. Yes. I had 4 different outfits, and none of them I was allowed to wear to school. Because the skirts were so short. I think one of them I picked out a tube top. And my birth dad was just looking at these outfits like, oh yeah, that's cute. That's great. You should get that tube top with the mirrors all over the chest. You should totally get that top. I don't know what my parents are thinking. Like, I don't know if they thought they could trust me, if they thought they could trust him. I don't know who they thought they were trusting, because I didn't know the concept of $1. I had to have been like 10. Like, if it wasn't cash, because I knew what cash looked like when it disappeared, but I did not understand the concept of a credit card at like 10. And that's how you knew I was the firstborn daughter, because I got yelled. I got in so much trouble. They were like, you spent like $400 at Limited Too. And I was like, it was all on the card. What do you mean? I mean, the clothes were, I'm trying to think, because in comparison, I guess Abercrombie and all of them, they really benefited from just like rocking a polo. So it was only so raunchy you could get with a polo, I guess. Um, and Limited 2 just wasn't, I think they had polos, if I remember, but just not like that. They were mostly like, because they still did the checkered skirts and all of that. I didn't know there was one. Stop. That's cute. I did not know that there was one. I hadn't been in Monster High been into Monster High that long though. I got into Monster High. I got my first Monster High doll when I was in college, and maybe she was Laguna? I honestly don't remember. That would have been a good collab though, honestly, because Limited 2 could have been very Bratz coded if it didn't have that sunshiny California color scheme. And that makes sense because I'm pretty sure I got mine at either Walmart or Target. I did not know that they were at Limited 2. That's so funny. That's so crazy to me. But I just remember how much trouble I got in for that. It was also a skirt. And okay, why? The dress code, your clothes had to be down to, your shorts had to be down to your fingertips. Yeah, to your fingertips. Now, I'm taller now, and maybe my proportions make more sense, but like not really, because my fingertips are literally like, that's a capri, babe. That's a capri. I can't wear shorts. I can't wear skirts. That's a capri. Like, that's it. Yes, that's what I'm saying. And it's probably even more awkward back then because we had our weird teenage proportions. I had to wear capris. I could not. Yes, yes. So, like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? And so I wasn't allowed to wear the skirt to school. My parents also decided it was too scandalous because it didn't go to my fingertips. And I'm like, nothing goes to my fingertip because I got long arms and a very short torso. Like, what do you want me to do here? Capris all day, every day. And it sucked. Like, why? 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 It was such a dumb rule. I get it. You don't want the coochie cutters at school. I get it. But also, come on. Come on. Actually, I don't even know if I could say that on this channel. That's how you know I'm getting too comfortable. Yes. And I wore jeans every single day. But I wore heels. That was my way of like, okay, well, if I'm going to have to wear jeans, I'm going to get cute with it. And I put giant freaking heels on with everything. I wasn't allowed to own jeans with rips in them. My parents thought they were dumb. And they didn't understand. And one time I got jeans with rips in them. And then my mom had my grandma sew fabric into the rips. Which, why? Why? Mom, I want to be a cool girl. I want to be hot. She's keeping a hot girl down. I did wear wedges. It was also hard because we couldn't find shoes for me that were age appropriate at that time either. Because I was fully a size 11, 12 by the time I was in 6th or 7th grade. So, and then it wasn't like it is now where people might have bigger feet, and so people like the shoes companies will cater to that big audience. It was like you go into Payless and there are probably like 5 shoes in total that were a size 11, size 12, and they were either like the oldest looking loafers in the whole world, or you were getting a pump. And my mom was cool enough to be like, you can get the pump. You don't have to wear the sensible loafers, which is pretty cool about her. Yeah, Payless was the place to be. My brother, his shoe size, I'm pretty sure he's like a size men's 15 or something. Something really crazy like that. Because when we had to get him basketball shoes, he actually had to special order them. That guy has huge feet. And yeah, we would go to Payless. That was the place to go. Walk around, stomp around. Yes. How tall is your dad? That's what I'm like, bro, you got some big feet. You got to make sure you grow. And I think my brother ended up being like 6'5" or something. And he's very bad at basketball. So it's not even like he really used that height for anything. He did not. It's crazy. Being tall back then was absolutely crazy. Now, I think we lucked out. Honestly, and this is how I know, like, when I pass away, all my shoes, they're going to trans women. Because I honestly believe because of trans women, that's the only reason why I can find shoes in my size. Like, I feel like that is the only reason. (6'2", 6'3", size 15. I would say that's about right. Yours is at 8. Yeah, that's small. That is small. That is small. That is very small. Are you clumsy? I'm not asking to be rude, but like, are you clumsy then? Because that is very small feet for sure for your height. Because you're my height. You're 5'10", 5'9", right? Not me saying this like I know you. Like, oh yeah, we hang out all the time. You're my height. Like, chronically online. I'm Mina's #1 fan. Yeah, 5'9". Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty small. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I'm not clumsy, and I think it's because my feet are pretty proportionate to my height. If I'm clumsy, it's because I don't have spatial awareness because I'm deaf. And that's always a weird thing. That's so crazy. My mom is... I used to think my mom was so tall, too. But she's only 5'6". And I guess maybe that's tall for a girl, but... She's 5'6", and she's at 8.5. 8.5, yeah. And that's what my frame of reference is. How are you 5'9" with that 8.5? That's crazy. But also, pretty lucky. You could probably find shoes. I definitely still be ordering mine. But I think most people are ordering things anyway, because who's going into a store? That's what I want to know, actually, fabric-wise. I want to start making things again on my machine, but I'm also like, we don't have fabric stores like that anymore, right? Like, what the heck are we supposed to do? Oh, yeah. Yeah. My grandma is 5 foot, 5'1". My grandma is tiny. That's crazy. I'm actually the runt. I'm the short one in my family, which is... But I heard that's like normal. The oldest is usually pretty small. What is the order between your mom and her sister? Because like my baby sister, she's like 6'1". And then my middle sister is 5'11". And then I'm 5'10". Yep. Okay. I was like, it seems like the oldest sister usually ends up very short. Not very short, but just shorter. And I'm the shortest, and I'm the oldest. So. And it's very annoying because they all come up to me and then they start to put their weird long fingers on the top of my head and just go like this. And I'm like, you don't have to do all that. That's not necessary. Why are we doing that? Jeez. It really freaks me out because our cousin, yeah, I guess he'd be our cousin. As he was getting older, I was like, this guy's going to be taller than us. And he's like 13 and we're like all in our 20s. How much taller is he going to get? I'm scared. Like, It's really weird when kids that are like teenagers are taller than you as a full-blown adult, because you're like, how much more are you gonna go? This is actually getting threatening now. Slow down. Stop. Yeah. Yeah. And I think my cousin, he's probably still technically growing because he's a boy, and he's 18. But I think right now he's like 6'4" or something. And I'm like, he doesn't need to do any more than that, right? Like, he's good. I guess. And he was tiny. This kid was tiny. He had a big head, though. So maybe he has to grow into that head first. I don't know. But he was so tiny. And like, he's ginormous. And I'm like, you don't need to do that. Like, what are you doing? You did not need to grow that much. I'm scared. You're scaring me. And he does play basketball, and he does play basketball well. So I guess it worked out for him. And I only clarify because, like I said, my brother played basketball, and he did not play basketball very well. And people repeatedly told us it was a weird use of his height. And I'm like, well, tall black people exist for other reasons too, not just for basketball. I don't know. Reach the top shelf every once in a while. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. I guess she's my stepsister technically. Um, Her husband is like legitimately like 5'4" or something, 5'5", and they're all from Houston. And I'm like, that's a very tiny man to be in Houston. That's crazy. And like all of his kids, they're all tiny too. Like all of my nieces and nephews are like 4 something. They are tiny, very tiny people. And full grown. Very tiny people that are full grown. Like that's genetics are absolutely insane because like how are you? Yes, exactly. Like how are you doing that when everybody else is like 6 foot? We got giants, and then somehow you guys are all miniature size. Like what is going on there? I haven't been 4 foot since I was 3 years old. That's crazy. But also, could you imagine being 4? Like, I hate to say it, like being tall isn't my whole personality, but being short probably would be. Being short probably would be my whole personality. Actually, I don't like it. I don't like seeing it. But I'm not gonna lie. If I was like 4'11" or like 5'2", I would probably make that my whole personality too if I were a girl that short. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that's threatening. That's threatening. Because why are you 12 and 7 feet tall? Why are you like that? That just makes me think of, because of just Germany in general. I had a pretty big Tokyo Hotel obsession, and they are the only people that I ever did a meet and greet for. And my parents made my birth dad take me to that. And he is, he's a rough man. He's not a Tokyo Hotel guy. That's what I'll say. That's what I'll say about that. All right, he's not a Tokyo Hotel guy. So he was very confused when he took me to go see this band, and he was like, "What the heck? Who are these people in line? What the heck are you taking me to?" He was shell shocked, and I was just losing my mind because Bill and his tall hair with his tall legs, I was like I That was probably the closest I ever had to just stroking out, because that was truly a pivotal moment in my life. Oh, I didn't go to the concert. My town was so small too. I don't know why they were there. I have no idea why they did a CD signing there. Truly could not tell you why they did that there. But they did. And it wasn't like, it's not like I lived in Philly. That's what I'll say. I lived in Pennsylvania, but it's not like I lived in Philly. It was really a podunk town where I lived. And for some reason they were there. Just signing CDs. And I was enamored. I was enamored. Yeah, but you don't stop in my town. You don't stop anywhere near my town if you're touring. Like, when I say my town was so small that my bus driver would have to call the school and let them know that we'd be late for school because the cows were crossing the street. Like, there was no reason. That's true. Especially back then. Now they would probably know to just skip that area. But back then, yeah. This personality did not come from a small town. This personality was truly just, I was born a diva and I will die a diva. This is actually just who I am genetically. This is it. Yeah. Very small town. We used to do a bunch of weird stuff too. Like, sometimes I'll say things and people are like, what the heck are you talking about? Like, we used to do a rattlesnake roundup. Rattlesnakes, not native to Pennsylvania, remotely, not even close. There's no reason for them to be there. They would import rattlesnakes, and then kids would get together in the gymnasium and try to lasso them. I don't know. And then they ended up having a rattlesnake problem because naturally these rattlesnakes would breed, and yeah, I don't know. My mom told me I wasn't allowed to go to these events. She was like, you're not doing that. We had donkey basketball as well. Wasn't allowed to do that either. My mom said, no way. No way. Yeah, I don't know. I can't tell you what was going on in my town. I just lived there, and truly my mom was just like, you're not doing any of this stuff with these people. You're not doing it. No. And that is why I had no friends growing up. My mom said no to that and to hayride. She was very, very, very against hayrides. Oh, acorns. Yeah, going back to my hometown, or even just being in the same state, because I haven't been back to my hometown in maybe a year, 2 years, but even before that, it'd been like 10 years or something. But seeing pine trees again, right? Pine trees? Pine cones, and all those trees, the Christmas trees and all of that. I was like, man, I forgot that like these trees even exist because I don't see them anymore. Like, it's crazy that these Christmas trees is what I think of them now as Christmas trees. We're just trees in our backyard. Like, now to me, they're like a novelty. But back then it was just like, no, you just like have that tree in your backyard. This is just how you live. Like, yeah, ours are part of haunted mazes too. But my mom is just very like, I think she just feared that we would just be surrounded and it would be an unsafe environment. I think she was just looking out for our well-being, even if we didn't truly understand at that point. Because we really were the only family. And there are a couple times where my mom would get pulled over and then the cop would look closely at her for a second. And I know now, pondering her race, and then go, wait a second. Do you know this man? And she'd be like, yeah, that's my husband. And then he'd look into the car and he'd be like, are those his kids? They gotta be his kids. They look just like him. And then realize that we were all related and be like, you go ahead. Like, very, very small town. And people thought my siblings were my kids. We are like only a year and a half difference. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Because I definitely did not look that much older than them. So, like, what do you mean? What do you mean? And that's how I should have known, but I did not know because I was too young, that everyone in the world is devious to little black girls. That's that's how I know that now. Devious, dubious people, for sure. Because what do you mean? And I mean, granted, I had a Kate Gosselin haircut, but still. And I actually only had the Kate Gosselin haircut because I'd wanted an emo cut, but my hair was breaking and frying off and we couldn't fix it. So my mom was like, we have to cut your hair. And I showed her a picture of my best friend's hair and she was a scene girl. I mean, like the epitome of what scene looked like at that time. And I said, I want my hair cut like this. And my mom looked at me like, I'll try. And so I'll have to at some point find the pictures, but like I had a bang, but it couldn't do because the hair was too short and broken off and fried. So it like only came to like here. And then I would try to tease the back, but it was all way too short. So it ended up just looking like a Kate Gosselin's, how hers just kind of spiked up in the back. It was bad. It was bad. And I kept my hair like that for a very long time. And then my older sister, when she had come up to visit us from Houston, when she'd come up to visit us, she taught me how to glue in hair extensions. So I started like filling in the spaces and I would do like 2 pieces so that I only had like, it was so thin because something in me said it looked really good. It was basically 2 rat tails just hanging from the side really, really long. And then the rest was just like the Kate Gosselin haircut. It was crazy what I was doing and thought looked good. And the rest was, like I said, it was just spiky and short. It did not blend. It did not look good. It did not look good. Yeah, I mean, you about to be real disappointed. It's not going to be natural. It's not going to be natural. It's about to be green. But yeah, I'm not allowed to cut my hair now because I think people in my family would be really, really distraught because this is finally, my hair is like growing and it looks like normal human hair. But you know, at the time, I was doing all sorts of stuff with my hair though. I was pretty good about like, and then I found out about wigs and I had this orange highlighter wig. And I remember I went to school and all the teachers would ask, they would be like, oh, I didn't know you dyed your hair. Be so for real with me right now. Be so for real with me right now. You thought that I dyed my hair fluorescent orange and grew it this long overnight. Be so for real. Like, why? Just say you like my hair. You don't have to say that you thought it was mine. You don't have to say anything like that. Like, no. Unnecessary. If I had thought to do natural eyeshadow, I would have, but I just really wanted burgundy and I really wanted green and I really wanted to just play around in colors and have fun. That was my goal today. Just have fun. We're trying to survive our possible period starting today. So who knows? Who knows? But yeah. Also, I can't cut my hair because everybody else in my family is cutting their hair right now. And I think that's the other thing. It's the added pressure of like, well, everybody else is doing it. Green for mother. Stop. I'm realizing this is kind of going to give Venus flytrap, which is cute. It's cute. It's going to give Venus flytrap though, for sure, which is fine. Am I the only one with, I'm trying to think natural hair wise. I might be the only one with natural hair too right now. Because my mom went back to relaxing her hair. And that's another thing. My dad said he liked my hair when it was a full afro. And I was like, that's so crazy. Because that man hates natural hair. He does not like it. I was like, I remember one time when I was in college and I was doing the yarn braids. Does anybody remember yarn braids? Thank you. I was doing yarn braids and I had all black ones and then I had like one gray one in the front. And my dad was trying so hard to be supportive because I'd just come home from college too, like to visit them. And he was like, oh, when it becomes Breast Cancer Awareness Month, you can make that one pink. And I remember just going, what? Like, I was so confused. Because I guess you're right, but also, like, why would you say that? Like, why would you say that? Like, you don't have to say that. And he was trying to be supportive, but it was just, you got the spirit, my man. It's just, it was a weird thing to say. But you got the spirit, you know? I know you're trying. It was just so weird. Now I'll always just stick in my head because I'm just like, he really was. He's like, you know, my daughter came home from college with yarn in her hair. Yarn for hair. So I got to say something nice about it. Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Nice. Just, okay. All right. So weird, but okay. Dads are funny for no reason. Absolutely no reason. Oh, his new thing is he's figured out the Apple Fitness app. And so he's been trying to outstep everybody, which, have you ever tried to look up your steps on your Apple Watch? If you have an Apple Watch, even if you have like an iPhone or whatever, if you try to look up your steps, it's like 300 pages you have to go through to get to your steps. Like, it's much easier to track your moved calories or whatever, than it is to track your steps. And I'm like, why is this man trying to compete with me about something? Like, he would pick the least convenient thing to track to compete with everybody about. And so he's also started like sending me texts at, like, this man has never been up early a day in his life since he's retired. Literally will stay in bed until noon, which fair enough. He had to get up at like 4 in the morning for like 20 years. So fine, cool. Now he gets up at 7 in the morning to shoot me a text first thing when he gets up to go, I beat you yesterday. And then he shows me that he hit like 16,000 steps walking in his bedroom. In his bedroom, just pacing back and forth in his bedroom, back and forth. And I'm like, bro, what? Yeah, I mean, it will, but like, that's if you hit your goals. You can't make a step goal. That's what I'm saying. Like, he picked like the least convenient thing. So then I was like, I gotta make sure, because he also got knee surgery a couple months ago. And I'm like, how do I ask him about his knee without discouraging him from getting his steps, right? So like, I was like, hey, are you at least wearing sneakers? You know, like, I'm just trying to like drop hints that maybe you should wear sneakers instead of like, I really feared that he was just wearing flip-flops doing this the whole time, pacing in his room, wearing flip-flops. I was like, are you at least wearing sneakers? And he's like, no, I'm wearing my Crocs. But you're right. My feet have been hurting for the last 5 days and I don't know why. So he's begging my mom yesterday to take him to the store so he can go buy some sneakers. He was like, Simone said I got to get sneakers. I got to go to the store and get some sneakers. And I'm like, bro, I can't. And yesterday was the first day he did not text me at 7 in the morning. And my mom said it's because he woke her up and said that he had to go to the store and get some sneakers. I cannot with this man and this Fitbit. I said the Fitbit is great because this is the most I've ever talked to that man in my whole life. It's great for that reason, but also I'm never going to be able to sit down ever again. Like, I'm never going to be able to do nothing because he keeps sending me my steps. Keep going. I'm ahead of you. What are you doing today? Where are you? Are you even walking today? And I'm like, I have things to do. Or sometimes I don't want to do nothing. What do you mean? What do you mean? Why are you watching me like that? Like, what do you... And it's giving me war flashbacks to when you'd hear the garage open and you'd immediately start running in place or like acting like you're tidying up nothing because you're like, oh my God, my parents are home. I got to make it look like I'm doing something. It's giving me war flashbacks. I cannot. I just got over that trauma. And now here I am back again. Can't sit in peace. Got to look like I'm doing something. But I'm glad he's like a silly, goofy guy now and not like a scary guy. Because you know how dads are. That's so funny. That is so funny. And that's me. That's me. He should compete with one of his other kids. My brother actually goes hiking. It makes way more sense for him to compete with him. But like, he's choosing me. And I sit at home and do nothing but this. This is what I do. And he's like, let me compete with that one. It's crazy. And he called me a sissy ass in one text. I was like, bro, you're getting mean. Like, calm down. No, they're serious. Like, calm down. Damn. He's getting very serious about it. What sucks is he's going to get these walking shoes and he's probably going to be into it for about 3 days and then he's going to be done. He's going to be done. He's going to decide this is it. He's tired of doing it. He can get pretty mean. I was like, not all of us were in the military, sir. Also, he's like burning 1,000 something plus calories a day. And respectfully, it's hard to burn like 500. And I'm intentionally doing stuff. So what do you mean you're burning 1,000 something calories and you're just pacing in your bedroom? There is a lie. There is a lie going. There's a lie happening. And I don't know what it is, but there's a lie. Something is not adding up to me. Okay, right? Right? And my mom actually made him, my mom made him show her how he was doing it. And she said, I don't know. He said that he's making sure he's getting his heart rate up to 100 and he's just walking back and forth. And I saw him and he's moving very fast. And the visual of it, because this man is tall, he is big, and their room isn't like a mansion. So I'm like, and he's just walking back, because I'm also like, it's not like the bed is a circle in the middle of the room. So like he's walking back and forth, 6'3", like a larger man, like broad shoulders and stuff. There's not much space. So like, how fast can you be getting that you're like, the logistics of it. And I'm also like, wouldn't it have been better just to walk around the house? Like, why are you doing it in there? You have a whole house. You don't want to go outside because it's Louisiana heat. It's too hot for that. But like, why are you pacing in your bedroom? But then I also remember, like, if somebody were to walk in on me while I was exercising, I would stop. I would just lay there on the floor and be like, I'm just laying on the floor. I'm not working out. I'm just laying on the floor. Somebody walking in on me working out, embarrassing. Immediate embarrassment. I don't want you to see that. Yeah. I think I've been to the gym a handful of times. I could say a confident handful of times, not any more than that. The gym is scary. Yeah. The gym is scary. I went to the gym once, and my goal, because I was scared to go to the gym, I had a big phobia of going to the gym. So my goal that I had set for myself was we are going to use the treadmill. And that's all I had to do as long as I used the treadmill, because it wasn't, the goal that day wasn't to do anything exercisey, really. The goal was to just get over the fear of entering the gym. So I went in, did the treadmill for a little bit, and then went to go leave. And the guy at the counter was like, "Are you proud of what you accomplished today? Do you really feel like you've been in here and did exactly what you needed to do?" And I was so close to just being like, "Will you please just leave me the heck alone?" Like, that's not encouraging me. That means that you were watching me. Like, you didn't know my goals. Like, I need to get out of here. Like, it kind of made me even more like, I don't ever want to come back here ever again. Yes, exactly. Like, what do you mean? Maybe that works for some people, but that did not work for me. That made me feel even more self-conscious. Like, I don't want to be in here anymore. I'm scared. Now I'm scared you're watching me. I hated it. But I did. Did I like the gym? Let me not even lie. Did I like the gym? I think I like what I do now more than the gym. I think the gym was nice purely for the treadmills, because then you could like run on it if you wanted to run. And every once in a while I get this thought in my head that, oh, maybe I might try running. I'm not a very good runner, never been a good runner. I was so bad at running in band. When they would make everybody run, they actually let me sit down and do nothing. They were like, "Why don't you just help us maybe set things up?" Like, I was so bad at running, so bad at it. And I, every once in a while, for some reason, will just go, maybe I'll try running. And the treadmills are great for that. The equipment, I'm scared. I'm scared because I know I have to adjust everything because I have long limbs. So I know I can't just like get on the equipment immediately after somebody else. Like, I have to go in an adjustment. And I'm scared to adjust it. I'm scared to try to adjust it and not know what I'm doing. I'm scared that I'm going to try and adjust something and adjust it wrong and it's just going to break on me. I'm scared. Okay. That's crazy to me. People that like running, I'm like, I wish. Imagine if I was a track star. That would be amazing. But also dry heaving. Even when I think about running, immediate dry heaving. Can't do it. Can't do it. I remember, what were we, I'm trying to think about how to describe this area. So in marching band, because we were very serious, like not in like a toot my own horn kind of way, but our team was very, very dedicated and very serious and very seriously thought of for the northeastern area of the U.S. And we would take running like a very serious part. There would be days just dedicated to running in marching band. So for me to suck as bad as I did was a pretty big, like, they tried so many ways to try to get me into it. And like, no. And they tried to get my sister into track. They were like, she has such long legs. She could clearly be a track star. I'm like, that girl is making pipe cleaner people. She is not an athlete. She's not a track star. Sorry. You are trying to recruit all your black people onto sports, and we're just not having it. We're not athletic people. We're smarts or we're arts. That's it. We're not athletic. None of us are. And yeah, so they set up a course, but we had to run through our town because our town was small. We had to run through our town, and there was this area, this field. It was a completely flat field, and you could only get into this field like one way. And somehow, because I also don't have a sense of direction, so I was separated from everybody because everybody had already began running. And then I was separated from everybody, got into this field, truly could not figure out how to get out of this field at all. And I was so separated. And they also, when we would run, they would have this, like almost like a metronome. It was like a wooden block. And they would like count you off. Like you'd 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. And you would have to run to this running block. And like, I could see it, but then once I couldn't see it anymore, I was on my own. And I think in theory, the running block was also supposed to help people hear where everybody was, but being that I was deaf, I could not hear where everybody was. So I was just left in this field. And then I don't know how much time had passed because I didn't have a cell phone or anything at that point in my life. And they had eventually had to retrace their tracks to come and find me in this field. And I was crying. I was stressed. I was like, what the heck? And they eventually got me back as a team. And that was one of the last, I do remember that being one of the last few. It wasn't the last time, but it was one of the last few times that they had me running with the whole team. And then they were like, you don't need to do this. We're not going to make you do this anymore. Ever again. And it was done. Because I was so bad. I was so bad at running. I was so bad. And then I got lost. I was so bad. They even tried to have like the older kids, like 1 or 2 older kids run with me. And they're like, surely you could run faster. And I was just like, can't, like breathing so hard. Could not run any faster. War flashbacks. Immediate war flashbacks. That metronome, that freaking block, I hated that thing. Because I knew what it meant. And everybody else knew what it meant. We got to get in formation. We're doing a running block. And it was time. It was time. But not me, though. Eventually, I got to just hang out. Pretty girls win again. Like, but I was the best dancer on my team, which is nice. I made up for it in other ways, which is nice. Could not run. But if you needed a split, baby, I was busting splits left and right. I got you. Those are crazy, though. I think about it now. And, like, you weren't in track. Did you do any after-school sports? Because I think about it now, and I'm like, the things that they had us doing, if I were a parent now, I'd probably be like, why do you have my kid doing that? Like, why do you have, like, 12-year-old kids running by themselves all across town? Like, that seems weird, no? Like, that, and I guess in theory you're supposed to be with everybody else, but like obviously not everybody was able to keep up with everybody else. So that seems strange, right? And it wasn't like we had adults that were running this running block. It was usually the seniors running it who were also kids, 17, 18 years old. So maybe it's different as a figure skater. Theater, they do have you doing diabolical things. I do know that. Theater can be, in fact, diabolical. I don't know much about figure skating world, to be honest with you. But like, so in the color guard, our uniforms, 1 year our uniforms are like these sheer blouses, and these skirts. Yeah. Well, I imagine you're literally pumping yourself to like move around. So I imagine it's a lot of cardio. So we were wearing these sheer, actually our whole costumes were pretty sheer, if I'm being real. And we're in Pennsylvania, and the marching band outdoor season ran from like May until November. And we started to get snow around September. So we're in these like sheer outfits, freezing. They used to have to give us those like hand warmers to try to keep us from freezing, because we're essentially like half naked in snow. I'm like, as a parent, I would be so confused. I'd be like, can't you put like a bodysuit on them or something? Like, I would be so confused as a parent now if I saw my kid just like outside in these outfits. I'd be like, I don't know, like, why. And our outfits are very, yes. They were very, very like because we were cool because we actually got to wear like costumes as opposed to like a set uniform that everybody wore year after year after year. We had theme costumes for whatever our show theme was. So they were new costumes getting made every single year, which is cool. But also that meant that a lot of the material was fairly thin, probably to keep costs down from having to make costumes every single year. And I'm so confused by, I do remember one year though, we did get bodysuits. Our parents actually invested money in getting us bodysuits to wear underneath our outfits. And all of the bodysuits came in nude, which meant that they came in like that peachy tone or whatever. And my coach is one of the sweetest things because I was just going to take my peach bodysuit, you know, and everybody made jokes about it, whatever. But he took my bodysuit, took it home, and then custom dyed it for me and bought it up and brought it back for me. And I just like now as an adult, because I'm sure I appreciated it as a kid too. I promise you I appreciated it as a kid. But as an adult, I appreciate it even more when you consider like my whole area was all white. Nobody was thinking about me really in that regard because it was just like, you just didn't think that way. It just was not the time yet that we were all starting to think that way. But he took the time to take my costume because he knew, he was like, something about that's not right. And so then he took my costume for me and then dyed it for me. And as an adult now, I'm like, that's such a like sweet, sweet freaking thing to do. That he didn't even have to do that. Yeah. But I'm like, we were just running around half naked in the cold, in the snow. Why were we doing that? Like, yeah. Yeah, I can only, because I remember when, was it Misty Copeland? When she started to become like a bigger thing and everybody started talking about wearing tights that we could have are brown. We don't have to have like nude tights that are that peach shade. We can actually have brown nude tights. Because I do remember actually having to wear the light nude tights back then too. Which is crazy. It's crazy because it's just brown, babes. Like, you couldn't make brown? You couldn't do that? Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think of other sweet moments like that. When the very first year I did color guard, this is also when I had to get my hair cut into that weird Kate Gosselin haircut. Our theme was, I'm just stating our theme. It does not mean I agree with the politics of it, but our theme was Gypsy Caravan. All right. So everybody had these like giant teased hairstyles with these like medallions in their hair or whatever. And my hair obviously could not do that because I had the emo Kate Gosselin haircut. Hello. And so my mom, and I remember like we each had scarves too. And they were custom like dyed these like orange, yellow, and purple and red colors with these gold coins on them, getting stitched onto them. And when I put my bandana on, it looked like I was bald. It looked like I was wearing a do-rag. And so my mom asked my birth dad, because I was really the only person that would know anything about this. She was like, hey, do you know what I can do to help her out so that she doesn't look bald when she's performing? Because everybody else gets to like, and some of our choreography was hairography. Like we had to like flip our hair around and stuff like that. And, but I had no hair. So my mom had to teach herself, not had to, but my mom taught herself how to, we're talking about marching band. Well, it's not marching band. We're talking about, girl, where do we even get into this? We're talking about fond moments, in the past with diversity. Right now I'm like, how do I even word this in a normal way? I'm sharing a story of one of the sweeter moments when I was in marching band, because they be doing traumatic things in the marching band world sometimes because they're crazy. I don't know if you did an after school sport, but I'm sure you can remember that there were certain things that if you were an adult watching your kid doing it, you would be like, why is my kid doing that? why is why is my child doing that right now? Yeah. So what was I saying? Yeah. So my mom taught herself how to give me extensions. So she like learned how to braid the braiding hair into my hair so that I had these like cornrows, and then we could put the bandana on, and I look kind of like a pirate, but it's fine because it was better than what I was giving. And that was her fix. She painstakingly taught herself how to do this. A hairstyle that probably would have normally taken a person like 45 minutes to do, it took her maybe like 3 hours to do. I got to school the next day. All the kids made fun of me. All the kids made fun of me because they said, you had short hair yesterday and you have long hair today. And they were all making fun of me. No, my mom was not white. my mom was... My mom is a black lady with beautiful, beautiful, beautiful hair. So she never had the problems I had. Problem is a weird word to use, but like, you know what I mean. I had very kinky textured hair and nobody knew how to work with my hair at all in my house. And my mom just had very bouncy, like 3 textured hair. And yeah. And so I came home from school crying and begged my mom to take my extensions out that she had worked so hard for. And she didn't protest me because she knew, she was like, those kids must have said something to her. And it hurt my feelings so freaking bad. And then we figured about clip-in ponytails. And so I only wore that clip-in ponytail for our shows. When I went to school, I had short hair. Because I was not getting bullied again. Yeah. It was, yeah. And my mom was very, very sweet for that. I feel bad that she had to take them out because I know that she really thought she did that. When she put them in, I know that she looked back and was like a mom who got a great gift on Christmas. Like she was sitting there and she knew that she did that. And then, no, those kids would not let me win. Those kids were there. They were sent from God to bully me. Hello. Oh my gosh. By the way, hey, I'm Anjuli. This is my second stream. I feel like we're getting some new faces in here. 2 new faces. I'm Anjuli, and welcome to the room. We're just chatting. We're just chilling. I'm trying out new makeup very, very slowly. Very slowly. So if you're like really looking for makeup, it's here. It's just happening very slowly. So I hope that's okay with you. But if at any point you have any questions about my makeup, you can ask them. I am reading the chat. I can see the chat. You want to talk about yourself? You want me to talk about you? Put it in the chat. So thank you. I appreciate that. You know, I think because I grew up very alone and very like isolated, sometimes I'm like, my personality must actually be trash. You know, you either don't have friends because your personality is trash or because you don't leave your house enough. And my problem is I leave my house once every 4 months. So like it's nice to be reminded that like, oh, I do have a good vibe, don't I? Not conceited, but like, you know, I do have a good thing going on, right? So thank you. I really appreciate the compliment. Where am I on my face? Pull out the Barbie mirror, check things out. Let's do the foundation because I really want to play in my foundation. I got the new House Lab foundation from Lady Gaga. I don't know why I'm saying it like maybe people don't know House Labs. I am late to the club as always because I don't like buying things. If you send me PR, I'm probably gonna use it because I'd like something free. But if you want me to go out and buy something, babes, I'm probably not doing that. You are Why are you up at 3 a.m.? What are you doing? That's gotta be the other side of the world. You know what? I can't even be mad. I used to be up at 3 a.m. on IMVU, doing the chat rooms, making boyfriends with people that were probably three times my age. I can't be mad. It's okay. At least this is a safe place. If you're going to be anywhere at 3 a.m., this is a safe place to do that. Okay? India. That makes sense. We're good. Yes. And I'm so glad that there are people out there that can try new products so that maybe you can get recommendations. But at the same time, I also wonder, I'm like, how are people normal people able to just buy products all the time? And I'm glad you're back, Nightwolf. We got 2 new people in the chat. Me and Mina, we talked a lot about trauma. No, I mean, fun trauma, not the bad kind of trauma. I'm glad you're back though. We're having a great time. We're about to get into the face. The eyes were very nostalgia. There we go. That's a much better word for it. Nostalgia is a much more normal word for what I'm trying to say. Okay, I'm gonna grab a couple of face products and then I will be right back in front of the microphone again. So, talk amongst each other, get to know each other. What's your favorite colors? What do you guys like to do? Are we all 10? Are we all 30s? What are we doing? Okay, this microphone, I'm pretty proud of it because it was just an all black microphone. My mom actually thought, I could probably put it closer into the screen. My mom thought that it was a lipstick, like a giant lipstick when she had first seen it in pictures. And I didn't realize it kind of looked like a lipstick until she had said something, but I'm very proud of it because I had to buy a separate pink cover to get it to look pink so that it matches my setup. Oh, my little wire cover just came off. There we go. Eyeshadow palettes. Today we used the Natasha Denona Retro palette, which looks like this. And then I also use the Aurora Lights palette from BH Cosmetics, which RIP to BH Cosmetics. And then I used did I? I actually don't remember, but I have it here. So maybe I used it. The Dark Renaissance palette, the Glam Goth Beauty palette right here. The Natasha Denona one, I will say the formulation is very, very beautiful, but I don't use this palette nearly as much as I thought I would because I just don't think that the colors are as deep as I wanted them to be. Like, I want this shade right here. I keep forgetting I can just zoom you in. Okay. While I'm talking about it. So this shade right here, I want this to be like a deep burgundy. And unfortunately, it is, which shade is it on my eye? It is this shade that's on the outer portion of my eye, which I guess on camera, it looks like it's like a deep burgundy, but it's not. It's not. I would say it's like a rustier red. A rustier red. I wanted like a modern. What is that Anastasia Beverly Hills palette? Is it Modern Renaissance? I wanted like a deep red like that, and it's not. So that's my only qualm about it is they're not as deep. So if you can get to the Natasha Denona in real life and touch them and see the colors, that might be worth it because I don't use it as much as I wanted to use it. It is the formulation very, very pretty though. What else? The scent plug. I love that sun plug. I haven't bought any scents for it, so it's just there as a nightlight. It's just there decoration. But thank you. It is. I do love it a lot, and I should get a scent thing for it, but I haven't. I haven't yet. All right. My face. Here we are. My face. So what did we said? We said we were doing some antiquing and kayaking this weekend. What else are we getting into this weekend? I've never been kayaking. You know what though? I actually have a fear of water, so that's probably why. I don't like water. I'm scared of water. I'm scared of drowning. I actually can't swim. If the apocalypse decides to be water-based, I'm out. I'm immediately out. Will not work in my favor at all. I am not a swimmer. That's classified to me as like an extreme sport, actually. Kayaking? I don't know if it is, but that is an extreme sport in my head. But you do a lot of outdoorsy stuff, actually, from what I can see on your stories. So hear me talking about people's stories again, but you definitely do. And I'm not outdoorsy. I'm an indoor cat. I stay inside. And my plans for this weekend? To stay inside. It's also, it is like what, 99 here today? And that's probably just the actual temperature, not the feel temperature. It's probably even warmer than that, the feel. So, yeah. It's probably in my best interest to stay inside. We're going to go in, for the very first time, the Haus Labs Triclone Skin Tech Foundation. In the shade 415 medium deep cool. I did try 3 different swatches. This is the lightest shade that I tried, and then there were 2 other darker ones. 440 was the deepest I thought I could go. There's one in between there, maybe 425. 440 felt like it was way too deep for me, but this is also using the lighting in store. 440 felt like it was too deep for me. 425 was what I had originally walked in there for, though. Yes, I'll tell you one more time. So right now I'm using the shade 415, which is medium deep cool. 425, I believe, is what the shade is and what I originally had walked in there for, but I think something about it was a little too golden. And this is under Sephora lighting, so I could be wrong. I could end up having to go back in there. 440 then was too deep. And I think had I been outside a little bit, it probably would have been fine. But it was just a little too deep. Yeah, Aware. That is my favorite. I knew I was missing something. My mirror that I like to use as a palette. It's crazy when you start filming because it's like everything that you know to do just goes out the window. You just forget the way that you actually like to do things. I'm glad you do like it. I think it's going to be one of those things where I'm like, there's some influencers that like bring an underrated product to light. And I'm like, if I would just talk about makeup more online, Win Beauty would be that product that I feel like is extremely underrated and should be brought to light more often, because it's such that foundation is so, it's a skin tint. That skin tint is so beautiful. And I really do, for how hard it is to find a shade for myself, there's no way that other awkwardly shaded girlies, I'm wording that so weird, but there's no way that other people that have a hard time finding their shade might not be able to find their shade there. Like, you should be able to find your shade, I think, in that range, because it's just so, they make such good shades. And I feel like the shade range is just very, very good. And that's kind of how I feel about when I was testing this Haus Labs in the store. I was like, I really could get away with a couple of these shades, which is a good sign to me that these aren't going to be too orange. like offensively orange or anything. I'm trying to think of the best way for me to see my face because I really am trying this for the first time. So I want to know if it's good. Hopefully that doesn't. Yeah, we should be good. Um, oh, is that shade matte for you as good as it is for me? Because where is it? Where is it? Like where? Hold on. Yeah. Okay. 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 I think we might be onto something. I might have picked a really good shade. And I like that it's because this is supposed to be a natural finish. And I do like that it is covering up. It's not a perfect coverage right yet. We'll probably go back in with a little bit more, but it is covering up my hyperpigmentation, but it's not looking cakey while it's on. I hope that you could. Oh, I just realized I was just completely covering the camera there. Sorry. But I hope you can see like, because I use my hyperpigmentation as kind of a barometer of how much coverage something is because I almost need theater paint for my hyperpigmentation. So this is, I can tell it is dulling it a little bit. It hasn't fully covered it up, but it is dulling it, which is a good sign. Because that also means if I do have to go in with concealer, that's less concealer needed. This shade, I can't get over the shade match though, because it's very, very good. It's very, very good. Because sometimes people ask, I do put my makeup onto my mirror and use that as a palette. The only reason why I use a mirror is because I'm not buying a palette. Somebody wants to give me a palette? Sure, fine. But a mirror, you just want a non-absorbent surface to put your product on and then work it into your brush. And that's how you can get away with using less product but still get amazing coverage. It's also really great if you wrinkle anywhere. Because you're not caking products into the wrinkles. This is very, very good though. Very, very good. I am going to go in because we're about done here. So that was one pump. I'm going to go in with the second pump. I still have to get my neck and then I have to concentrate it on areas that I want more coverage, but I am feeling very, very, very good about it. Very good about it. And it looks good in the monitor. Okay, Gaga. Okay. You might be onto something, Miss Stephanie Germanata. Is this one of my more expensive? I will also say, I don't know if this is more expensive than the NARS one on the top of my head or not, but I will say the packaging for this is also just very, very beautiful. And it feels heavy. This feels weighted. It feels like if you wanted makeup to sit on like your stand or something, like if you wanted it on your dresser, it could sit on there and look nice. And it's nice enough where this cap, because this pump is going to get gunky. That's just what happens to pumps. They get gunky, but you could just put this little cap on top and nobody has to see how gunky and gross it is. And it's got the logo on the lid. I don't know. It's very nice. Very nice. Yeah, it is very much an Estee Lauder kind of vibe. It is for sure. It's a lot more high-end than what I would have thought. Because I don't even think I've seen the House Lab bottles before. I don't think I've seen the bottles even. So I had I walked in with the Estee Double Wear. Yes, I have. And I used to wear it back in my drag days. But I haven't tried it since then. And that's only because at the time I had gotten shade matched by my best friend who used to work there. And she is of the fairer complexion. And I think she shade matched me very, very orangey orange at the time. And so when I tried to do it again, but I still didn't have the knowledge yet that I have now, I tried to buy the same exact shade. I was like, oh no, am I actually orange? Like, what is going on here? I didn't have like the knowledge yet to put together to try a different shade. And at that point, had been for me that was expensive. So I bought this expensive bottle and then it didn't work. And I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go back to the Maybelline Fit Me. It's fine. I'm gonna try and get my money back. And I haven't tried it since. Yeah. I haven't tried it since. I could always go back in and try it again. I think though, do they have a natural finish one? Because I think I might be out of my matte phase. I might be out of the matte phase for a little bit. Yeah, the Fit Me used to be that was it for me for years. And the only reason why I got into higher end makeup was because I started getting sent some stuff. And then also, I kind of just wanted to feel special too. And I know that's like such a, I don't want to belittle myself for that actually. Let me take that back. I think it's nice that I want to feel special sometime, but I wanted to feel special sometime. And so I decided I was going to get the less expensive makeup from stores like Sephora and Ulta. That was my thing. I wanted to go into Sephora and Ulta and have that experience, but I also didn't want to spend the big price tags that sometimes comes with going in there, which is why things like When Beauty was good. NARS is expensive. For me, is expensive. And I have that one and I like it. I did like it, especially when I was in that matte era. I do feel bad because I basically have a full bottle of it and I realized I don't prefer matte finish, but yeah, the Fit Me had always been my go-to. That was always my go-to. And like I said, right now we're going into the second pump and I'm using the second pump to really try to actually cover up, see how much coverage we can get from this, because I'm quite happy with the way the rest of my face looks. It does. Actually, I have my birthmark still. In the middle of my face. And it does cover that up. And it's going on really nicely on top of... I realized I forgot to put my setting spray down first, but it's fine. It's going on really nicely on top of my first layer of foundation. And I'm still definitely going to have to use a concealer. So I would say this is a medium coverage, which is what I expected because it did say that online. So if your hyperpigmentation or whatever you're trying to cover isn't as deep as mine, you should be fine. But it's really, really nice. I'm about to really look at it because I don't know. I'm having a good moment with it. And you know what else it is? Is my pink setup. All the pink lights are like bouncing off of each other. So every so often I'm like, is that red on my face I'm trying to cover, or is that pink light that I'm trying to cover? Which is what? Reapply deodorant? What do you mean? I'm not stinky. Yeah, I'm not stinky. I'm good. But I'm trying to see if I see this like pink glow on my face. And I'm like, red, or is it the light? But I'm very happy with that. And that's not even a full second pump. There's a little bit left on there. So I probably could have gotten away with 1.5 pumps, which means that this is going to last a very, very, very long time. I will not need to buy any more foundation for quite some time, which is nice. And like I said, I'll repeat it again. I am 415 medium, deep, cool. But I think that if you are a little bit deeper than me, you might find better success with 440. Because 425, there's just something weird about that undertone. There's something different about it. But 440 might work really, really well if 415 does not. All right. Hyperpigmentation time. Actually, before I forget again, let me... Girl, my armpits, that's the least of my problem. I don't care about my armpits like that. I am fine as far as that's concerned. So, my setting spray, it's my go-to, the Sephora setting spray, Sephora makeup setting spray. I like it because it's a natural finish. I like to do this step. I forgot to do it today because once again, I'm filming and I'm still trying to get used to that. But I like to put that setting spray on before I put my foundation on to kind of stop. You want to stop the oils from getting through to your makeup before you put your makeup on. It's nice to set everything afterwards, but you're not fighting the outside elements. You're fighting the inside elements. So you want to put that, the setting spray on before you put your makeup on. So I just put some on real quick while I am in between steps, because like I said, I forgot to do it earlier. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not going to wear this face much longer after I get off here because I ain't got shit to do. So for concealer, I'm just going in with my Born This Way because it is that thick coverage, and I do prefer that thick coverage for my hyperpigmentation. Why am I once again doing something I don't do? Do you see how much product though you use when you don't set it down first? Like when I immediately put it on my face, that's so much product. I don't need that much product. But if you put it down on the mirror first or on your palette, you'll see that little bit of product will really go a long way. And it's harder to move around once it's on the face because you don't want to disturb the product that's underneath, which is why you want to work in thin layers. Thin layers, you want to lightly buffer, you want to lightly kind of stipple in place. You don't want to like have to buff things around. That's just moving product around. You don't want to do that. So I'm doing something that I would not normally condone doing it, but I already put it on my face. So we're here. We're just gonna roll with it. And like I said, it saves you money, which is always my thing, saving money. Oh my God. Wait. Could you see the way that blended into that foundation? Because that was beautiful. I will say now I'm realizing the Born This Way might be even a little too orange, but that's fine. It's fine. It's what I have. It's fine. But it blended into that so beautifully. So freaking beautifully. I might be Lady Gaga's biggest fan. I might be her biggest fan now. I was already a fan, but I might be a fan of hers now, makeup-wise. Because that really went in so well. So like I said, you put it on your palette. I'm trying not to have too much reflection of the mirror off here. But then you want to just rub your brush in it a little bit. You can mix it around. It's also great if you need to if the shade isn't right, you'll be able to mix it in with some of your foundation or whatever. And you'll be able to get a better shade match because you have all of these colors on your palette and they could all harmony and blend and move and melt in together. It's just my favorite thing to do for that seamless blend. Yeah, when your skin is acting up, my skin's pretty dry right now because like I said, waiting for my period. It's coming. It's coming at some point. She's threatening. She's like a shark when you hear that dun 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 kind of music. That's what she's been doing literally for like 5 days now. Like, I'm like, girl, hurry up. Hurry up. She's coming. But my face has been been very, very crusty and dry as a result. Yeah, I'm tired of it. Because it's also been kind of determining whether or not I come on stream, because I'm not going to lie. If I came on stream and then all of a sudden got it, like I was in 7th grade or something, I would be so embarrassed, because I can't just sit here, right? Like, not to get TMI, but I can't just sit here in it. So I'd have to be like, excuse, like I would have to get up and like a cartoon character, a 2-dimensional cartoon character, walk off to this. Don't embarrass me like that. Do not do that to me. Like, no. So it's also been kind of like determining whether or not I was going to come on stream, because I'm like, I would rather just get this over with or at least know it. Once it started, I'll be prepared. But it's the waiting. You don't know until it comes. And I'm like, bro, I can't live like this. I'm living on edge. I don't want to leave my house, because I'm like, what if it starts while I'm out of the house? I mean, I guess I can carry stuff with me. It's fine. There's ways around it, right? There's normal ways. But I'm not a normal person, and nothing I do is normal. So let me be dramatic about this thing that happens once a month to me, okay? It's my right. It's my birthright as a girl. But I am very, very happy. Oh my gosh, I'm like a pretty princess. Okay. So now we got the concealer on. I will say that concealer went on. I used even less of that concealer than I normally do. The concealer is right here. I used even less concealer than I normally do because of that foundation. So yes, that foundation will be sitting pretty next to my Win Beauty skin tint. That's always so hard for me to say for some reason. Skin tint. But yes, they will be sitting next to each other, because that is definitely a top tier product. What are we doing now? Now I'm going to go into my under eyes. My under eyes, I will say it. I think I said it the last time. Everybody is using way too much concealer under their eyes. When you are 25 and below, have at it. Have a great time. Do the most. When you are above 25 and things are starting to look maybe not exactly the way things are starting to not sit, because I don't even think it's about looks. I think it's about texture, and sometimes you don't realize the texture under your eye has changed until you realize the texture under your eye has changed. And the texture under my eyes are not the same texture that they used to be when I was 25 and below. And you need to be using less. It doesn't mean that you can't get like a full coverage look. You can get a full coverage look. You just have to use less. And you'll see what I mean in a second. So for concealer, I am going to be using the Huda Beauty Faux Filter in the shade Toasted Almond, which is 5.3G. And the big triangles, I used to do that back in the day. Back in the day, that was fine. I also think, though, our makeup back in the day was more hydrated. And now everything is so matte. And so I think there's no middle ground is what it is. I think back in the day, our makeup used to be like that mixture of, I think it was all mostly natural, unless you're doing purposely matte. But we didn't really know to like look at that stuff, because we didn't have that knowledge yet. But nowadays, I feel like makeup is either just way too wet or way too dry, because now we have so many formulas and so many technologies. And I think we are just hopping on what we hear everybody is using and not actually taking in consideration what our skin needs. And at this point, I can't wear a full matte concealer under my eye, even if it's trendy. So like this Huda Beauty one is matte. I will be mixing it with, what is this? My Natural Finish setting spray. What else am I mixing it with? So I have the Huda Beauty concealer, and I'm also mixing it with this Hourglass concealer in Beach. This is very light. Nobody my shade really needs to be using this, but I was insane when I got it. And so we're just committed to the bet at this point. But you'll see. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. So I'm going to grab a nice little fluffy brush. I think this is technically a crease brush. Yes, it is technically a crease brush. And I'm going to go into my Huda Beauty, which is the deeper one. This is almost my skin tone. I would say maybe one shade lighter. 1.5 shades lighter. And we are going to go in with this fluffy brush that I put onto my palette. This tiniest bit is on my palette. Let me show you my palette once more. This is that Huda Beauty right here. I don't even think, yeah, you can see it. That blob right there. This blob is the Hourglass one. Very tiny, tiny blobs. I'm going to take this concealer. You do not want to start underneath the eye. We're too old for that. Don't do that. You want to start in kind of this pocket area and then fluff it around. And that's actually too much for that eye. So I'm going to bring it over here too. And we have it low because you're going to get most of your brightness is going to come from highlighting wherever on your face the light. See how the light is hitting that area? That is mostly where I'm concentrating that concealer. Sure, yes, I have dark under eyes. I don't really think I have dark under eyes like that. I mean, it's darker, I guess, because of shadowing, but is the skin darker? No. Like, the skin's just not darker on me. So I don't have to worry necessarily about getting coverage or anything like that. You'll see we'll still put product under there, but it's not going to be what you think is going under there. We are very lightly grazing this area to to go where the light naturally hits us. So we can create the illusion of just bringing this area out. We're going to go here. We can cut a little bit of our eyeshadow if we want to get like a nice line there. Making our concealer face. And we're going up towards this area. No extra product. If you want to bring it under the eye, no extra product though. You can. Just like that. And it's a very minimal amount, but it makes such a big difference. And that is the way that you probably want to be doing concealer now. So that you don't have all that cake. Because all that creasing and stuff, really what happens is that area dries out and all the makeup just cracks underneath it. That's typically what happens. Is your eyes are too dry for that. Your eyes are too dry, they're too textured for that, and you can't put all that product underneath there. But if you want to lightly graze your brush underneath there, you can. And because there's less product there, you're less likely to have any sort of creasing or whatever, right? So now I'm going to go into this other eye. Same thing. This eye probably going to look even better just because it has less product on it. And we're just going wherever the light naturally hits. Because all makeup is just playing with shadow and light. That's it. And then you throw a few colors in there for funsies. And that's it. Now, if you want to get a little crazy, which I'll do for funsies, you can take, I have that Hourglass shade, that really bright one that I showed you. It does benefit from being mixed in with a bit of my eyeshadow. But we're going to take, seriously, when I say use a little bit, because like I said on this eye, I kind of messed up and I used too much. You just want to like, boop. Yeah. A little dot like that. And then you could kind of mix it. I'm going to mix it in with a bit of my foundation, which is also why, like I said, I like a palette, because you could just play around with the colors there. And we're not putting that extra concealer in this area, because that's the danger zone. We're not doing that. But you can put it in the light area. And if you do find that you're just not seeing the pal that you want to see, you can go back in very lightly. It's like painting. Very lightly. This is going to be too much. Yeah. And put it into that pocket area. If you got too much, just wipe it on your palette, and that's it. I smell dinner being cooked right now. Yummy. And then we're just blending that out. I like a crease brush because it is fluffy. It's not rough. It's not going to pull on that area at all. And that is it. And that is the under eye. That is it. Not too much. You don't want to do all that. Middle of the face. I'm going to be so real with you. Can't even be bothered. I'm going to take whatever's left on my palette on my foundation brush because that already has some foundation in there, which is going to be a nice little blend. And we're just going to go put some in the middle, down my nose. Right now I look kind of crazy because I haven't blended anything in. Down my chin. And then we're just going to buff away. You could be technical about it if you want to. Babes, it's all light. It's all light and it's all shadow. That's it. Wherever you see the light hit you the most, put your bright colors there. Wherever it hits you the least, put your dark colors there. It starts to get weird if you want to shape things and make things, you know, not the shape that they are naturally. That's when you got to get a little bit more technical about stuff. But if you're just trying to follow your face, it doesn't have to be much more difficult than that. And then just make sure you are blending everything out. And if your face starts to look a little heavy or a little cakey, grab your setting spray again. Spray all over. Yeah, I got you. Okay. Rundown on the concealer. To cover up my hyperpigmentation, I used the Born This Way Multi-Use Sculpting Concealer in the shade Caramel. For my under eye concealer, the one that is closer to my skin tone, I used the Huda Beauty Faux Filter Concealer in the shade Toasted Almond 5.3G. And the bright shade that I use in my under eye concealer is the Hourglass Concealer in the shade Beach. And I can't tell if that has a number. I'll be honest with you. But if you need me to spell it out, I can. And that is my concealer. Let's go in. I'm so excited, by the way, because I got my two little Juvia's Place palettes here, and we are going to go in with those in a moment. But first, I'm going to go in with my Fenty contour stick. Yeah, I can do that. I can go back in. Let me make a note of that real quick. Yeah, I got you. Okay. I haven't used their eyeshadows before. I've used their liquid blushes, and that's really the only experience I have with them, but they are so pigmented. I was like, yes, okay, this is, but I think, are they black owned? Because their shades are definitely giving black owned. The shades are very, very deep. When I was in Sephora, I was like, whoa, these are like deep, beautiful shades. So I'm so excited. Yeah. I'm trying to decide. Sometimes I like to switch my brushes up just for funsies. And I'm trying to decide. I think I'm going to go in with this complexion brush for my contour area today. Just for funsies. Usually I use an angled brush, but you know. Ooh. There's a blush called Blush Lily from Juvia's Place, and it's like a baby doll pink. It's what I used the last time I did my makeup. When I first bought that experimentally, I was like, I'm going to try this, but this shade is probably going to be way, way, way too light for me, and I love it. I love it so freaking much. It is very light, but also I think I just discounted most baby pinks. I think as like a brown skin person, I was like, oh, I couldn't wear baby pinks. Like those are just for fair people. And I think I just discounted them for whatever reason. But that one is still giving baby pink. I guess it can look maybe ashy, but I think it just looks so girly. It looks so flirty and girly and nice. It's giving Jackie Aina style blush in a lot of ways. I just haven't tried their eyeshadow palettes yet. I have seen, though, they have very colorful ones. But I'm also apprehensive to buy eyeshadow palettes when I know I have, like, a lot. I kind of have quite a few. Okay, so orange blush is actually what sent me to the store. Aside from what I needed to re-up on a couple things, but I was like, I'm going to try an orange blush. And as I was watching them in the store, I was like, maybe I don't need an orange blush. I don't know what it is about orange blush, but I want to try it. But I just don't feel like they look right on me. And every single time I see them on somebody, I'm like, damn, I want to wear that too. My favorite pink, I think it's only Blush Lily. And there's a Daphne Beauty one that I do wear as well when I need a pink blush with a look. But I think the only reason why I like that blush, because I'm more of like a mauve blush person. Like a deep red, not deep red, but yeah, like really a mauve. I am a mauve girl. Most of my blushes are mauves. Or they're red. I do like red. I want to find a deep red because I know I like mauve and I know I like red. So naturally, a deep red would be cute. But I think pink is such a specific look. Like I would never just wear that pink blush unless I was really trying to do something exceptionally girly looking. And that's the thing. Like I think to just wear it would be wild for me. But if I'm doing like a really girly look, then it makes sense for me to do that. I'm going to move this mic real quick. And that's just it. It's just very girly. If you have an orange one though, you should recommend it though, because I want to get into an orange. But it's kind of like I also want to get into yellow blush. I saw somebody do a yellow blush and I was like, damn, they did like a sunset-y kind of, it was like yellow into orange. And I was like, that looks so beautiful. I just don't know if I could pull it off. I just don't know that I could do it. For mauve, my favorite one is, there's a NYX one. I'll have to pull it out because I really don't remember. Red Riot. I think the color is Red Riot. And it's from NYX. And that is my absolute favorite one. That's my absolute favorite one, especially if you don't want to get into a palette, because Marley of Glam Goth Beauty has a blush palette. And it has purple, mauve, red, an orangey red, a fuchsia pink, that might be all the colors. There's 6 colors in there. And she has one in there that's very, very pretty, but that's only if you want to get a whole palette. If you just want to get like a single, seriously, my favorite is just Red Riot by NYX. And it's a powder blush. And I just love it. I love it. That is my go-to blush. Anytime you see me in a blush, most of the time it's that one. Most of the time it's really that one. I'm trying to think if there's another blush I just go to. But you will know if I'm wearing the red one because my face looks glowy. The red looks glowy and it looks natural, whereas the mauve looks natural in like an adult kind of way, if that makes sense. Because I think the red, it just gives like youthful glow. The way that pink should. Pink should give that youthful glow, but I think it only does that if you're fairer toned. On me, that pink just kind of gives like princess, which is fine, but not bronze bombshell. A lot of B's. Bronze bombshell. Hold on. I will have to try that one next. And I know the price is going to be right because it's Elf. You have such pretty eyes, by the way. I know nobody else can see your eyes, but you do have very, very pretty... Actually, you have a very good, like... Weird way to say it, but you have very good coloring with your skin tone and your eyes and everything. Your lip color, all of that is very, very pretty. And I always think that every single time I see a picture of you, I'm like, oh. And it doesn't matter if your hair's dark or when it's red. You just have very, very pretty coloring. It's like one of those things I want to comment on people because sometimes I see things truly from like a color lens and like I want to comment on other people's things like that, but I know I like can't because it just seems like a weird thing to say. Like, hey, by the way, your colors very nice, very pretty. Like it seems like it could be very weird, but I promise it's not. I aggressively commented on somebody's perfume in the grocery store the other day. She did her little, yes, and that's what it is. It's like an artist brain thing. It's like you see things and you want to say it, but you're also like, this is such a weird, like, I want to comment on like somebody, noses are also a big thing or, oh my gosh, people's teeth and mouth structures. I want to comment on because I really like a tight mouth with teeth that almost seem like they might be too big. And every single time I see somebody with that mouth, I'm like, I want to comment on it. But I also know that people are very, very particular about their features, and especially features that maybe aren't universally considered pretty. So I don't want to make them feel like I'm either just like kind of trying to pine or like, be like, I know you're insecure about this, so I'm gonna point it out and tell you it's beautiful. Like I don't want to make somebody feel that way, but I'm also like, oh no, like I really like individual features on certain people. Like I really like, certain nose shapes that maybe aren't always considered universally pretty. And I'm like, how do I say I really like your nose shape without being like weird or offensive about it? And I guess I could just say I like your face, but that's nice, but I feel like there's something even more special about the specific compliment, but I also know that it could be a double-edged sword. Cause like, damn, I don't want somebody to be like, she said that about my nose cause she knows that my nose is big and awkward and ugly. And I'm not trying to give anybody any sort of complex about it. I'm just no, like as somebody who likes things from like an artist perspective, yes, I like things that aren't necessarily universally loved. There's no other way to say that, really, I guess. Because it's interesting. Everybody's faces are not everybody's faces, everybody online. Let's be real. Everybody in normal life looks normal as heck. Everybody, all the kids look like kids, but everybody online looks insane, okay? And that's really what it is. We all spend too much time online, so we're comparing ourselves to people online, and we're not taking into consideration now, if we just went outside a little bit more, we'd see that nobody in real life around us is going to look like the people we see online. Because also, even the people we see in real life, they don't look the way that they do online because they're all using those weird face filters and stuff. I promise you, though, all the people that are like, the kids don't look like kids anymore. I'm like, that's because you're looking at kids online. All the people I know that have kids, their kids look like kids. They look like kids. Maybe if I saw them online, I wouldn't think that, but that's because they're online. They're not in real life. Yeah. Yes. Well, yeah. Or that. You know, I don't know that I think I've seen a BBL in real life once. But I also know I'm not in like a good BBL kind of town. Y'all's experience might be a little bit different than mine. But I think I've only seen a BBL once in life. And I knew it was a BBL because she and I know each other like that. But I'm like, do they look older? Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to be derogatory, but I'm like, Cali, I'm pretty sure you're Georgia, right? So I'm like, bro, yeah, you might see some BBLs down there. You might see some BBLs there, all right? But here in little Arkansas, I ain't seeing no BBLs, all right? The BBLs, they're imported, okay? They ain't supposed to be here and they don't live here. That's crazy. That's crazy. It is wild to me when I see somebody with their like like Botox or fillers. Fillers is the word I'm looking for. It is crazy when I see somebody with fillers here because I'm like, why do you have fillers in Arkansas? Now, you know, we the most basic people living here. Why you got fillers here? There's no reason. I guess because you like them, and that's reason enough. But also, you don't need to have fillers here. That's crazy. And that's what I'm saying. I don't even have enough BBL experience to really don't know all that. You know? Like I said, I've seen a BBL once. And I knew what that girl looked like before her BBL. And that's also how I knew. I was like, now, why you look like you sit down when you standing up? That's crazy. But this is not BBL slander, all right? If you are a part of the BBL nation, I'm happy for you. I hope that you're happy about what you got. But, and honestly, I would like to see another BBL in real life, you know? I would like to see what's really going on there. The pictures, they're nice, they're fine, but I just know I'm not getting the true essence of it. And I would like to see it. Whoa. Kim K's gotta look crazy. Honestly, I don't know who's gotta look crazier, Kim K or Kylie. Because Kylie, she also kind of look a little crazy too, body-wise. And I'm like, I gotta see that in real life too at some point. Get me in the room. I need to know what that's going on. Where am I at on my face? Like, let me not. But even without it, I'm like, there's something about that whole body shape. And like, maybe she's lucky, but also I saw her grow up. I watched that show before it became what it is now. In the most nice way, she was shaped like a square, which is fine. Her dad was an athlete. It makes sense. She's not shaped like a square now. So like, I need to see it. I need to see it. King Kylie era. The blue wig. I had a blue wig too. I forgot where I'm at my face. Y'all have me so distracted. I'm about to get canceled by the BBL nation, all right? It's y'all encouraging me. I never had a lip kit though. And honestly, when people were sticking their lips into the suction cup things, I was like, y'all are crazy for that. Because I could never. I'm trying to think if I ever did anything weird. My mom had bought me a bra. This is the closest I come to doing anything weird, and it's just like a normal girl experience. But my mom, actually, this is more crazy on my mom. It was like my first bra. She bought me like two or three bras. And two of them were like normal kid size because I was a kid. And one of them was like big. And I don't know if she thought I was gonna like grow into it or what, but it was like giving like I've been an A cup, not now, but I was an A cup, stayed an A cup, probably until I was about like 27 years old. All right. This bra had to have been like a double D or something. And not that cup sizes really mean anything when you really think about bra sizes, but that's a whole other tangent. It was a big bra. And sometimes if I wore an outfit and I looked at it when I was in my prepubescent body and I was like, you know what? This outfit could use, I specifically called them C-shaped boobs because they were just C-shaped. I don't know. I was a weird kid. If I felt like an outfit needed a C-shaped boob shape, I would put this giant bra on. And my mom would just like not say anything. And I would go to school with this big bra on. Like a weirdo. Because I thought, and that's the closest thing I ever got to doing anything diabolical with my body, and that's just being a girl. That is just being a girl. Sticking my lips into a suction cup? That was never going to be me. That was never going to be me. I would be looking and be like, why are you doing that? I used to smack lipstick out of girls' hands because there was also a phase where I was like, don't do anything to please a man. I was ahead of my time. I didn't know it then, but I was ahead of my time. Powder. Oh, hi, puppy. All right. My brain scattered. I'm trying to think if I've literally brought. I will say Kim did a collection, Skims, I guess, did a collection. Is it Dolce & Gabbana? Now, I ain't got money like that, but in my fantasy life, in my fake cart, I did put a bunch of items in my fake cart because it was like all leopard print and that did look cute. And that was the only time where I was like, maybe. Panty that, ooh. Oh my God, the Savage leopard print. I'm so mad I missed out on the onesie. Oh no, puppy, you can sit under there. You're okay. Oh, okay. I didn't mean to scare you. That's crazy. But also, once again, have you looked at their pictures? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? And I'm not a creep, but where is it? And I think that a lot about a lot of people's Instagram pictures. And not, once again, I'm not, please do not mistake this for something it's not. But where are they? Where are they? I have questions. Because, yeah, no, I have questions. People tried to justify that to me by telling me it was great for breast cancer people. And I'm like, that's not why she made that though. Like, it would be different if that's why she made it, but that's not why she made it. Like, let's be for real. Let's be for real when we talk about that brand. That is not why she made that. Do not play with me like that and act like, oh, but it's really great for them. She was not thinking about them. I'm so sorry, but she was not thinking about them at all, okay? She did not say, we need to expand the line to these people. She did not say that, okay? would be great if you wanted to. That's not what she was doing. That's not. Yeah. Unfortunately, I do not know movies. I do not know TV. That's another reason why I did not have friends growing up. Okay, everybody is saying giggity, and I had no idea what a giggity was. Found out in adulthood that that's from Family Guy. I know nothing pop culture like that, unfortunately. And I wish I could blame my parents, but really, I mean, part of it was my parents, but also my siblings like to watch Ed, Ed, and Eddie, and I did not watch Ed, Ed, and Eddie. I thought it was very stupid. I thought it was so dumb. I was not, and this is no slander on anybody that liked Ed, Ed, and Eddie, but I hated that show so freaking much. I hated it so much. And yeah, I'm not really a TV person. Um, Even now when I watch TV, I watch the same three shows on repeat. And you think like, oh, surely she's just exaggerating. I mean, I've seen New Girl probably 5 times a year for the last 5 years. I am just that person. That's it. Like, that is who I am. I'm waiting for the stretch. I'm scared. The suspense has me on edge. Does anybody else remember the show But Ugly Martians? That was also a show that my siblings really freaking liked, and I was like, this is so dumb. This is dumb. That would make sense. I say that like I know more Virgos. I really don't know any more Virgos, but I just don't. I don't like watching TV like that. It was Nickelodeon. Super Duper Sumos, also a show that went double, triple platinum in my house. Hated that show too. I didn't like potty humor, I guess it is, like butt jokes, fart jokes, things about zits and pimples. That stuff just like wasn't funny, and I wanted to relate to the people I was on TV with. I realize now in hindsight, I'm like, I probably wanted to relate because I felt so like different from everybody growing up that I just wanted to watch people on TV that I could like interject myself onto a little bit. But I did not. Maybe. I just did not understand it. TV as a concept. I'm like, what the heck? I was making friends with somebody and they asked me if I wanted to come over and chill. And I said, yeah, that sounds like a great time. Went over there, turned on the TV, sitting on the couch. I sat on the couch and I was like, so what do you want to do? And they're like, chill. And I said, so what's the activity? And they said, chill. And I said, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand. I do not get it. I do not get the concept of hanging out. I do not get the concept of chilling. I do not understand. Give me an activity. Give me something to do. Because why am I doing that at your place when I could just go home and do that in the privacy of my own space with my dogs? Why am I going to your house to watch TV? I don't understand. And I don't have that sentiment. I don't have that sentiment. And I wish I did, because I think that also is why, like, I don't know that there's a single celebrity that will pass that I will cry about. And not in a heartless way, but just in like I don't have connections to people like that because I didn't watch them on TV. I didn't grow connections with them, like with their characters that they played and stuff like that. So like, recently there's been quite a few people that have passed away, and I'm like, I don't have that relation at all. That's so you guys just like watch documentaries? You just go home and turn on a documentary? Do you do something while you're watching it too? Are you like tuned in? Because if I am watching TV, I'm tuned in. I will say that. If I am watching something, my phone is like, it's in another room. I'm like zoned in. Like, because if I'm going to, I might as well get into it. Okay. 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 Yeah, true crime for me will definitely. I'm a paranoid person by nature. So, true crime will get me. It will get me. I will have to for sure be like, we're gonna lock all the doors, right? And then when I get into the bathroom, I should lock the door, right? Just in case somebody's gonna try and get me while I'm on the toilet. I should lock the door, right? Where's my mirror? But yeah, I just did not. Also, didn't grow up. Did I grow up watching a lot of TV? I am scared for you. No, I had somebody that was sitting outside my house before. So that's my other reason why I'm like kind of paranoid as a person anyway. Because I'm just like, I can't do this. I can't do this. I recently did a podcast and they were like, you should share more about your life. I'd love to hear more about that. And I was like, why? 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 And then sometimes I forget I'm a Scorpio moon until moments like that, where I'm like, oh, it's because I really do be trying to live like an FBI agent. Like, I'm like, please no. And thank you. It's that natural everything. We're trying to get that natural glow for sure. That is the goal. She's just like, oh, people would love to see, because I do like, if I work a job outside of the house, it's like some like random, like I'm working with a band or I'm doing like an art mural. Like it's something really freaking random that I'll get into. One point I was like cleaning a bar at night. Like I'll get into something very, very random. And she's just like, you should share about that. People would probably be so interested to hear about that. And I was like, why? They don't need to know about my life. That's not important to the story I tell. Why? Like, why? Don't I share enough? Why? And I don't think she was ready for me to say that, but I was just like, no, I don't think people need to know. So I'm going to go into the Juvia's Place. Actually, I'm going to swatch this first because I really don't know which color I'm going to go into. This is the bronzer. Do these individually have names? No. But I will say this is the dark. And, ooh, this is like a beautiful brick red. I don't know if that's going to focus or not, but that's really pretty. Oh, it's like a burnt orange on me. That's kind of cute. And then this other one, is it going to be enough of a difference? This one kind of looks like my skin, but slightly deeper. What am I trying to show this how? Okay. They're pretty cute. I kind of like that orange one. Me trying to show this in my hand. I kind of like that orange one. So I think I'm going to use that as my bronzery shade because I kind of quite like that one. Like I said, this is the Juvia's Place bronze, powder bronze in dark. Let's see. I'm going to hang a step back here so I can really see myself. Right. When it comes to bronzer, I mostly like to concentrate on places where the sun would actually hit me. So my big ass forehead. It is a very beautiful, beautiful shade though. Kind of on the topic of that podcast, it was a lot of fun to do. Only one thing, my friend had pointed it out, and now my sister has pointed it out, so I know I'm okay to point it out. She asked me if both my parents are black, and I literally froze up because I was like, yes. And that was it. Because I didn't know what she was really asking. You know how people will ask questions, but they're trying to like ask something else, and you could usually figure out what they're asking? I could not figure out what she was really asking. And now in hindsight, I'm like, oh, she's Canadian. She's probably asking where my parents are from, which is only an awkward question if you're an American. Like, like, but in the moment, I was like, yes. Because like if she had asked like Marley probably would have said like her parents are from Ghana. Yes, my parents are black and they're they're from Ghana. Can't say that word. They're from Ghana. I don't know where Macy is parents from, if she's Black American or African American or whatever, but I'm like, when she had asked, I was like, yes. And then there's like dead silence because I think she's like waiting for me to elaborate. And I'm just like, like, I didn't really know what she was asking when she had asked it. And it's like the one awkward point in that interview where I was like, babe, I don't know what you're asking. But I think that was just really like a cultural difference of like, oh, you don't know, asking black people in America that is kind of crazy. Don't ask us that. Possibly. Not a good idea. This is such a pretty color though. I am really, you can tell really on my forehead. And if I did tan, this is what I look like. Because I do actually just burn, unfortunately. I do get brown, but I have to burn first. And that's embarrassing, so that's why I don't go out in the sun. Because I will not be a black person with sunburn. That's crazy. I will not do that. Very pretty. Okay. Now we're going to go in with the Juvia's Place. This is the Volume 3 palette, and I picked it mostly because it had that red in it. And I'm going to swatch both of those once again. That red is very beautiful. Oh, no, that's really beautiful. Hold on. This is kind of looking like the bronze shade again. So, what are these swatches? But the red shade is going to be beautiful. That orange is almost similar to the bronze that I just used. So did I need it? Probably not. I probably should have gotten the orange Juvia's Place color palette, but it's fine. I thought it was going to be a little bit more different. It's fine now. We are going to go in with that red blush. And I want a fluffy brush for this because they are so pigmented. normally going to go in with that. That seems like that might even be too much. I think another signature thing that I do with my makeup is I'm very rarely ever, I think I mentioned this earlier actually, I'm very rarely ever like rubbing product onto my face. I'm pretty much always just patting it on. And that goes back to my philosophy of you just don't want to move things around any more than you have to. You know what I thought this shade was actually going to give more of, and I didn't realize until opening it? I thought it was going to be a little bit more deeper. Like a, not burgundy, but just something deeper. It's fine. It looks good. It's just not what I had originally set out for. The real winner today is for sure the foundation. For sure. And honestly, the bronzer. The bronzer looks very good. I look very like I went on vacation. And if things aren't blending, I just go back in with my face brush. No extra product. Push that all in. And why not? Let's do more setting spray. Awesome. I don't know why I just blew into the mic. That was probably terrible, and I'm so sorry. I am just going to rub my fingers on my dress. We're just going to do that. I am a real person, and this is what I do sometimes. Okay. I do have to finish up my eyes, which is going to be super easy. Because, oh, you know what I also realized I've forgotten to do? My brows. I don't know what it is about coming on camera, but I just like literally forget that I have eyebrows every single time I get on here. I forget I have eyebrows. I forget I have to do them. I forget that they are a thing that is on my face every single time I get online. I'm like, what is going on? I think I'm going to draw them very precisely though, instead of doing my fluffy brow. Yeah, let's do a precise brow. Which is also Juvia's place, funny enough. And I did just clean all of my brushes. So we are working fresh today. One of my weird little hacks for washing my brushes are, you know the dog, the puppy lick mat? A clean one? Don't even get me started on that. I like to put a little soap on a puppy lick mat and then run my bristles along that. And the little nubbies on those mats will get in between the bristles of your brush, in between the bristles of your brushes. And you can usually get like a puppy lick mat free when you take your dog to the vet and you get them their shots or whatever, or get them their like monthly medicine. There's usually like a promotion. So you could usually get like a bunch of them if you really need to. And that is what I do, is I use a puppy lick mat. And I know they make them, but also if I could get one for free, I'm gonna get one for free. Enjoy your dinner. And thank you. It's gotta be almost dinner time for me too. We know I'll be back online at some point. Boom. First brow, done. I act like this takes me 300 years, but it really did not take me very long at all. Done. Brows, done. All right. Now to finish up the rest of my face, which is just, where is it? Ingold brush. Fine, I can't find it. I do like my eyeshadow though. It is very much Venus flytrap. I'm trying to think what else. Ooh, I guess there's a pink shade. I can do a pink shade underneath my brow bone to kind of really solidify the Venus flytrapness of it all. Thank you. I was thinking about Halloween. Every year I'm a vampire, and this year I kind of want to do something different. And listen, I don't typically care about Halloween like that. I'll be honest, I'm not one of those people. I like Halloween for like kids and stuff. Like I like seeing the kids and them being weirdos at my door. This year, I think I want to do Bride of Frankenstein, but I want to like really get into it. Like I kind of want to make an Afro textured tall wig to wear and then do some like crazy eye makeup. I might even like get into putting like what is it, like the spider web fabric, whatever the heck it's called, the spider web thingies that you buy that are like $1. Put one of those on and make it into like a gown of some sort. I don't think I've seen it. Wait, no, I did not see that. I did not see that. Hold up. Is it on our website? We'll look at it together. Is it on our website? Where's my keyboard? Okay, wait. I did not see that. Live reactions. I need like a soundboard. We are going in live. All right, wait. This is actually great because we can. This will be my first time sharing my screen. So I don't have anything nefarious, but let me just make sure. Oh wait, the chat went away. Hold on. Because I need to see the chat. I need to see what my friends are saying. There we go. Okay. This here. I don't think. Let me log into Instagram first. Make sure that no incriminating, like my password information is going to be out there. You said it's on our Instagram. Okay. We can go both. Here we go. And then search. Oh, wait, this must be. That's pretty good. She's really pretty too. Not that that's like the most important part, but she's very, very pretty. Oh, that's so good. That's almost exactly what I was thinking too. That's pretty good. Are there photos? I see. It's not a carousel. That's pretty good. Gotta be before all of that. Wait, am I looking here? Because I think if I could do that, but like afro textured wig, I'd probably have to put like a barrel, not a barrel, but something like in the middle and then cover it up with the kinky hair. Who are these models? Because these models all have very, like, these are not typical pinup models because their faces are very, very, like, the face cards are not declining and they look very, like, universally pretty. That's not what I meant to click on. I'm trying to see if I can, maybe it's in our stories. Because that's what we just saw. Yeah, I don't see it. I'm scrolling a little bit to see if maybe, but it looks like this is before the announcement. Mina, you're lying. I can't believe you would lie on the stream right now. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. Why would you do that? Why would you do that to me, girl? I trusted you. She is pretty though. Like this look, I think because I'm not going to color myself green, I'm going to do like a green fierce eyeshadow look, very sharp lines because when I think Frankenstein, I think the electricity as well. So I think I'm going to do like a very sharp, but I kind of want to do a Bride of Frankenstein look for Halloween this year, which would be so like, I usually just do the vampire thing. I'm such a good vampire. And year after year, I will show up to a Halloween, like a costume contest just for funsies. And I'm a vampire and I win most of the time. But it's because I know this costume. And I've had this costume for like, not the same costume, but the theme of being a vampire for like literally years. But I just want to do something different. I want to have fun again. I think I also miss being a drag queen. And this is just my fun way of doing drag again. I think that's also why I'm excited about streaming again. So once I get comfortable streaming, I would like to do drag looks again and like put on fine wigs and all of that. But like right now, I'm so scatterbrained and I'm still getting used to all of this. But I don't know if she deleted it, if you're just lying. I honestly don't know. And you might have to put your mother on the phone because I think that that's rude. I think that that's pretty rude of you to do to us right now. Play with us like that, you know? We're a vulnerable group. It's pretty rude. Pretty rude. Pretty rude. That's the other reason why I like streaming, because I think that my personality translates better this way. I'll be saying things, I'll be like wanting to text. Like when I sent you the message about you going to the gym, and I was like, oh yeah, because I'd seen the one on Threads first, and then I saw the one in your stories, and I was like, I should have known. I should have known that it was related to the lads. I should have known. And I sent you that message and I was like, I hope she knows that I'm just like teasing her. Cause I fear that's my, also like my way of bonding is like teasing and joking and never really mean. But I'm like online, I don't know if that always translates. Plus I've learned that a different group of people are very sensitive about that stuff. Cause I think I learned that they like just have like not an inherent politeness, because I think we're polite too, but I think that they just like, I don't know, they're just not like that. They are just very, very like pleasantry and like they joke about different things. They have jokes, but it's not like jokes like that. And I joke like that. Like, I just joke like that. There is, I don't know how to describe it. I know what I'm trying to say. I just don't know how to describe it. But they're very sensitive about jokes like that. Like, if you wear a pair of pants and you go like, hey, what's up with the pants? Like, they will get like really upset because they think you're being mean when they don't realize like, no, we're just like poking fun. We're having fun. If we didn't make fun of your pants, it's because we don't like you. But like, because we like you, we're making fun of your pants. And yes, they do got them G. Williker ass jokes. Yes. Yeah. Because like, what do you want me to joke with you about then? Like, what do you joke about the birds? Why? The bird can't hear me. I want to joke about you. Like, what do you mean? Like, there's like an inherent politeness that I don't understand. I've also learned, no, that's why I seem like I come off aggressive sometimes. Because I'm not aggressive, but I am aggressive if you're not used to people telling you like, hey, it hurts my feelings when you do this. That will seem aggressive. But also, why are the people in your life not telling you that you hurt their feelings? Wouldn't you want them to? Like, confrontation is aggressive to them when it's like not really. I'm just like expressing myself to you. Yeah. Exactly. But I also think because I have a outward personality, it's grounded, but it's still outward. I also just seem very abrasive on accident. And am I abrasive? Or are you just scared of black people? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. What am I doing? Oh, you know what I want to do? I want to go into the forbidden text, the forbidden lime crime pink palette. Because this is going to make the Venus flytrap look that this slowly just started to become reality. So first off, inner eye corner. I already have this pictured out in my brain space. Inner eye corner. Another tip, if you want your shimmers to be more shimmery, spray some setting spray on your brush, pick up your product that way, and get into it. We're going to take some pink, pop that in to the inner eye corner. I don't know if you can see that. Oh my gosh. Cameras are such a bummer. You can't even see, but that made such a big impact. What do you mean you can't even see that? I just made art. That's fine. I'm going to have to find a way to, well, yeah, actually you can see that. Aren't they like, because I do know that they do hair dyes, but it's like, is it in like a tub or something, right? It's like cloud something or cotton candy something or other. I don't remember. But I think I do know that they do hair dyes. That's the word I'm looking for. Hair dye. Oh, no makeup, just hair dyes. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's pretty crazy. I guess I really just did not want to be associated with their former branding at all. I guess that does make sense. What? That's crazy lore. That's crazy. Huh. Could you imagine, like, I guess you would know the person to some degree, right? I just, like, could you imagine if you were a surrogate or something and, like, you found out the family that you were the surrogate for was like not a great person, that would be crazy, right? Because it's not like you could hold the baby hostage. Like, you went through the paperwork and everything. And that baby is theirs. So, like, I don't know. That would be crazy to find out. You have so many iconic photo shoots. The Princess Tiana thing, when you were posting about that, I was losing my mind for you. When you were like, yeah, she wants to start a business for me. I didn't even know I was involved. I was losing my mind for you. All right, friend. I was actually, you could tell because I remember it. Because I was actually like, I would literally lose my freaking mind if somebody did that to me. I would lose my mind. I would lose my mind. I would actually jail. Put me in jail because, yeah, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go, actually. I'm ready to go to jail, actually. Because that, I would have lost my mind. All that to say, you do make very good princesses, though. You're very, very good. And that's, yeah, my grandma, when I told her I was getting into sewing, she's like, oh, that's great. So are you making money off of this? I was like, I mean, I guess I could in theory. She's just like, well, that's good. I'm glad you're finding ways to make money. And I was like, all right, babe, I gotta go now. Like, I gotta go. I was just trying to bond with you about this thing that we used to do together when I was a kid. All right, babe, I gotta go. Like, this is the same lady. She's crying because she was like, not crying, but she was telling me she's barely got any teeth. And she has to blend all of her food. She's like, I'm going to be real sad when my NutriBullet doesn't work anymore. And I was like, what do you mean? She's just like, well, I don't even know if they make them anymore. I don't know how I'm going to find one. And I was like, well, you just let me know if something happened to your NutriBullet. I could probably get you another one. She's just like, do you know them? Ma'am, do I know NutriBullet? Like, as a person? As an idea? As a concept? What do you... I was like, I could get you another blender. And she's like, it's not a blender, it's a NutriBullet. And I was like, okay, I can get you another NutriBullet. It's okay. And she just... Yes, exactly. And the sigh of relief that came out of her was deep. It was spiritual. And she's like, you just took so much off my plate. Excuse me? That was a big thing on your plate? You were not sure how you were going to replace your NutriBullet that's still in working order, perfect condition. That was, I just took and it took 2 seconds. I just opened up the Amazon app and looked it up. They still make NutriBullets, Grandma. Yep. You're good. You're good. And I can't wait till I get that old. And I could just walk around clueless once again. And nobody cares because they're just like, she's old. She'll know no better because she's old. Okay? I can't wait. Sometimes I do that now and I get ostracized because I guess I should know better. But yeah, exactly. I'm going to be so old and so delusional just for fun. Just for fun. Okay? That's, my grandma was talking about this with my sister too. And the ages that we want to hit. My grandma wants to hit like 149 or something weird like that. And she's like, how old do you want to be? And I was like, I don't know. I either want to die like at like a normal age, I guess, or I want to get so old that I'm just like wrinkly and tiny and I look like the chocolates lady from SpongeBob. And I want to have, like, I want to be that wrinkly and not old. Hey, hippie, how you doing? We're talking about getting old. I want to be that old that I am shriveled up and fit in a chair like that. And I want people to have to push me around in my chair because I want to be an inconvenience. Honestly, if I'm that old, I want to be an inconvenience. And I want to have just like one tuft of hair sticking out the top, kind of like a shrunken head. I also want to have blue eyeshadow on that I make all of the kids around me put on me. Because once again, it's inconvenient. But I have lived long enough that I am allowed to be that inconvenient. Blue eyeshadow. I also want to have a really sparkly cardigan on because I imagine I'm going to be cold. If I'm that like tiny and wrinkled, I imagine I'm going to be cold. So I want a really sparkly cardigan on. And I just want everybody to just, I'll be like, when I'm back on that stage once again. Like, I want to be crazy and people just go along with it. And they all call me Mama for no reason. I guess my vibe would not be whimsicothic, but I could see whimsicothic granny. Yeah. Ooh. That is actually a good reason. Hurt someone or call someone. That is a good reason. I don't think I can get hurt. Once you're like a shriveled up, shrunken head, I don't know that you actually feel pain anymore. Because you are just like a wrinkly sack. Like, I'm also just hoping that, like, you know how you get shorter when you get taller? I just want to, like, really compact myself in. Like, I really hope to be, like, that chocolate grandma. Like, that's the goal. Die either at a normal age or get so old that I'm like that. Which is probably, like, what? 240? It's a really long life to live, but I think I can do it. Oh! I told those guys, I was like, if I die at a normal age, give my implants a honk for me. Put me in a bustier. Like, I will be hot in the coffin. Blue eyeshadow still. But I will have a bustier on. So you will be looking at that casket, 80-year-old lady, my wig. I will style my wig before I get in there. All right? Blue eyeshadow will be on. Okay? Bustier. The tits are getting one good show. Right, nice and high. And I love that. I love that we will be in our GILF era. I'm suddenly remembering that I am doing makeup. It's like it's really cute. I know for a fact as soon as I get off here, I'm taking it off because I'm going to go eat and I'm going to go deep into Sims. That's exactly what I'm doing. And it's not that I have no interest in finishing it because I think it would be nice to finish it. But on the other hand, I'm like, oh, now I don't care anymore. My interest is waned. I'm thinking about food. I did this far. I did what I needed to do, which was try out the new foundation, which was amazing. Okay. I tried out the new, I didn't even keep the box. Usually I keep the box. Oh wait, no, I don't. I can't still retrieve the box. I am going to return the blush. I know. And that's the thing. I really should take a picture for the gram. And that's why I should finish this look. I will finish it because I should take a picture, but I think I am going to return this Juvia's Place blush only because it is very beautiful, but I am going to return it because it's just so much like exactly what I have in front of me and what I already have. I did not realize it was I didn't realize it was as similar as that stuff. But the bronzer, I also like that this is like a flip phone. That was really not that satisfying a flip because I was trying not to be super loud about it, but it's like a flip phone and that's kind of cool. But I will be keeping the bronzer. The foundation, yeah, we'll be keeping that too. I should finish this for a picture for the gram. You know what we'll do? We'll keep it cute. We'll keep it, do I have to do eyeliner? We'll do mascara. I could do brown eyeliner. All right. We're going to grab our last finishing touches. This is going to be very, very not as extreme as I thought it was going to be, but it's going to be good. Hold on. Okay. This is going to be very, very simply, easily fixed if these things don't get in my way. I'm trying to wonder, like, do people usually have schedules? What more is there to streaming? Like, do people have schedules or something? Because I'm kind of thinking right now, I might just hop on whenever I feel like it. I think once my period finally freaking starts, I'll be much more normal about being online. But right now, I'm just so like, I don't want to start and then have to log off. But I could see myself doing this a lot, pretty often. But also, I'm like, I can't see myself sticking to a schedule. That's my thing. Yeah. I'm not a schedule type girl. So once it starts to get a schedule, then it feels like it's a job, and I fear I have an aversion to work. I fear I have an aversion to somebody telling me I have to be somewhere at a certain time. I fear that life is not for me. And yeah, and I will be a spoiled brat about it. So I'm glad we understand each other, because yeah. That is not the way. On the same token, though, I can see myself showing up just about every day. Like, I say no schedule, but I fear if I start showing up every single day, then somebody will be like, you have to be on every single day. And that's, no. So maybe I will just be the chaotic person online. And that should be fine. I'm surprisingly able to keep chatting for as long as I do, so it should be fine, right? Yeah. I think that's kind of becoming my whole philosophy about being online right now, because the more I talk to other people, I made that video on YouTube that was just like, I'm so tired of niches and all the freaking rules about being online, about how you have to like post within your niche, be in your niche, blah, blah, blah. You want to make other topics about things, other posts about other topics, make a new page and do it on there because of niches and blah, blah, blah. Follow the rules, post 3 times a day. Like, all of that, it's not even like a stress thing. It's just like, I like cannot do it. And I don't want to do it. And it sounds like a terrible freaking time. And it frustrates me because I don't want to do it. And when I made my video on YouTube talking about that, and then other people started coming to the rescue, I was like, oh my God. I'm so glad that other people feel this way too, because this is stupid. I don't care. That's the thing. I don't care. And quite frankly, I'm much more interesting than talking about one topic at a time. If you think the fashion aspect of me is the most interesting aspect of me, boy, I hate to break it to you, but you ain't even scratched the surface. And that's not even a flex. That's just like the fashion side of me does not exist without all the other aspects of me. Like, I got multitudes, babes. I got a big body. A lot of things got to fill it up, all right? Multitudes. And I just can't be boxed in like that anymore. I'm always doing 300 different things at once. I'm sure that's what she meant in that podcast, where she was like, I need you, or not I need you, but like, you should talk more about your life. Because the thing is, I really do just be doing 300 things at once, because I thrive that way. I don't thrive concentrating on one thing at a time, because I get bored and I'm just very, very averse to feeling like I am expected to do something. I'm very, like, I can't do it. Like, no, don't do that to me. When I was working in the dancer club, I'll call it that. When I was working at the dancer club, people would come in there and it was expected of me to dance. I would sit in the booth and talk to people. And that's how I made my money, with just jabbing my jaws. All right? Or listen to them jab their jaws, which wasn't as fun for me, but it's fine. Because I cannot do what you want me to do. Let me do what I want to do. And if I feel like dancing, I'm going to dance. But if I don't feel like dancing, I'm not going to dance. It's that simple. but I'm a succeed either way, you know? Like I'm gonna find my way either way. And I just cannot commit to a schedule. But I can show up. And I probably will be annoying with showing up. Honestly, if you let me. But if you start putting expectations on me, I probably will not do it. You know? And I love that. Love it. But I've been having a lot of fun with it. And I honestly can't wait to do things with like Sims. I can't wait to do things with like I said, drag makeup. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Zero passion. It's like when brands contact me and they're like wig companies. They're like, will you do like a wig from start to finish? And I'm like, I don't have an interest in doing that. And because I don't have an interest in doing that, I can guarantee my audience will have no interest in seeing me do that. Nobody wants to see me put a wig on. They would much rather see me after I have the wig on. Yeah. Because I'm just not that person. And I've never been that person. And I've tried really hard to be that person. That's the most frustrating thing is I want so badly to be somebody that can be normal about like jobs and be normal about just like following the rules. But like I cannot. Well, I'll be honest, I just slapped that shit on. I'm not doing like a whole process because I will never glue a wig down. That's also not me because I don't want to. The idea of having lace stuck to my head feels so itchy and uncomfortable to me. I could never glue that on. I put it on like a hat. That is what I do with majority of my wigs. And I put it on like a hat. I will tint the lace. I will do that much. But I put it on like a hat. And that's it. Because I also don't mind a wig looking like a wig. I don't know when all of our wigs had to start looking like hair. It's a wig. I don't understand that. And I've said hey to you. I don't... What do you mean? What do you mean? I've said hey. I say hi to everybody that pops in. As long as you're not saying something weird. If it's your birthday, I'll sing happy birthday. I'm just doing a nude lip, by the way, too, because I did get this, what is it? This lip gloss for the first time as well. I don't know. There is like something. I'm going to click on buttons. So if something happens, please know it's not intentional. I am just clicking buttons and hoping for the best. It looks like you can. It looks like you can. I have to add like a channel URL. And then you can. Oh my gosh. I just scrolled and like you could block certain words. And the words I have blocked, like I'm glad they're blocked. But also the words I have blocked in a row, diabolical. Like, and I can't say them because they're blocked for a reason, and like they're all slurs. That's what I'm gonna say. They're all slurs. So it's just all my blocked words. I just scrolled down and I see blocked words and it's just a bunch of slurs. I'm just like, oh, this is like alarming to just scroll down and it's all slurs. Just seeing a bunch of slurs all over the place. Like crazy. Crazy. You gotta tell me what. You gotta tell me what to do, babe. Also, though, I'm not a toy, so we gotta be careful about that, you know. Um, let me see. Let me see. Let me see. How do I? Okay. 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 Oh wait, that's not hard at all. Okay. Let me make sure. Choo choo choo. I think I could do that. Um, yeah, that's fine. That's fine, girl. Do what you gotta do. Uh, sorry. I'm like all new screen, seeing a bunch of slurs. Here we go. Trying to do 300 things at once. Um, and then no, I don't need any of that. This should be good. Yeah. Where is the? Oh, here it is. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I think that's silly because I can't block everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Because what do you mean? Oh, what do you mean, friend? What do you mean? What do you mean? We're not gonna block everyone, just people that don't belong here. Also, who's gonna be watching? The person that's gonna be watching are the people that belong being here. Like, I'm just, that was giving me war flashback to like being a cam girl and people just saying things like, dance for me. When are you gonna take your clothes? Like, it was just, I'm like, all right, guys, like, calm down. I'm not a wind up doll. Like, I'm not a toy. Like, I'm not something in a box that you could just push a button and it does something. That's not who I am. I am a real live woman in her 30s. Like, no. I'm pretty sure that's also the person too that was like, you need new deodorant. Babe, I don't care. I don't care about what my pits look like. Why are we staring at my armpits? Why are we staring? Even if I'm funky sitting here, you can't smell me. I don't care. Like, that's such a weird thing. Oh my God. This smells like Kool-Aid. It smells like, I don't know what this is supposed to smell like, but this smells like Kool-Aid. It's the fat oil lip drip from NYX. This smells like Kool-Aid. But yeah, the armpit thing was just weird to me because I was like, what do you mean reapply deodorant? Also, to just say reapply deodorant with like no context, like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like, it just seemed so weird. So weird. I didn't realize they were different people. Well, there we go. Yeah, I don't know. I think I know how to appease just enough. And then it's like, if you don't just say what you want, all right? Say you want attention. Like, yeah, yeah. And that's, at first I was worried about the one comment that was like a natural makeup look. And I was like, oh, you about to be real heartbroken. I don't do a lot of natural looks around here. Ooh, you about to be real sad. And it's just, I just feel like if you don't have anything helpful, no, actually, if nobody asks, because it's not even about being helpful, right? It's about just like, if nobody asks, don't say anything. Because there's really no reason to, right? Because everything is a person by person base. I can't believe I'm blanking on words right now. That's how I know I'm very distracted by the dinner that's been made. But it's a very much so a person by person base, and like there's no reason to say anything. You don't like it? That's cool. Go somewhere else. Go watch somebody else's stream. That's fine. This isn't for you. And I think that's the thing, people, not everything has to be for you. And right. Why are you bringing up the viewer count like we ain't just like kikiing and having fun? Even if I was just sitting here by myself streaming and you weren't here, who cares? Who cares? I probably have it on because I want to be on anyway. You know, do you have to do everything for everybody's like appeasal or views? Do you have to do everything for views? Can you just do things because you want to? Can't I just be online because I want to? Do I have to be online for crowds of people to watch me? Do I have to? Yeah, they were being annoying and needy. And that's at first, that's why I wasn't too worried because I honestly thought it was a bot at first. I honestly thought it was one. But then it responded to me and I was like, oh, maybe that's not a bot. Maybe that's actually a person. And maybe bots can respond to people. Maybe I'm behind on the times. Maybe I'm just as clueless as my grandma on the NutriBullet. I don't know. But why? Oh yeah, you're right. We are in AI times. You are right. You are right. We in the dark times of the internet. You are right about that. There could be an AI that is listening to me and just repeating. But you want me to sing? Say what you want me to sing. Just do whatever you want me to do. Just do it, okay? Just say you want me to do it, and then go. Like you're like a 3-year-old that's just like, look at me, look at me, look at me. And then they spin around in a circle and you just sit there like, man, I can't believe I just paused my TV show so I could watch you spin around in a circle, and not even well. Not even like a proper pirouette or anything. You just did that and fell over with the wet Cheeto in your hand. Like, I don't know if they knew I sang. I think they just like knew that all I said was, what did I say? I said, because they were like, at least give me a shout out. And I said, what do you mean? I said, hi to everybody that comes into the chat. What do you want me to do? If it's your birthday, I'll sing for you. And then they said, please sing for me. And I think that's the only reason why. Yeah. That does. I have to DM you, actually, because I should not share that on the stream. But there is some tea that I do have to DM you about at some point. Yeah. Kind of on the same token. Actually, since it is just us, I might just go eat real quick and then I'll DM you because but I'm glad now that I could have a moderator. And it actually wasn't hard. All I had to do, because at first I thought I had to go to the website and to the website. I thought I had to go to YouTube and go through that whole process. But I can actually just click on your username and then it lets me just add you. And I guess if I hate you one moment, then I could remove you as a moderator as well. Or put you in timeout. Oh, I didn't realize that was an option. I can pin your messages. I can go to your channel. See your channel activity. That would have been, I should have checked that person channel activity to see if they were like a bot or not. Yeah, and I just added you as one of the top moderators. I trust you enough, I guess. Don't do anything dubious, I guess. But you're the top moderator, I guess. And now your name just has a little wrench next to it. I don't know if it'll it should, I guess, because I could put you in like a list, a good list of people, like moderators or whatever, I had to go by your channel. So like, I guess maybe every single time you log in, you might be a moderator. I don't know. If you want that responsibility. I don't want to put that on you without your permission. But yeah, it looks like it was pretty simple to do. So. But this is the look. Very simple, very easy. I don't have my, where's the time so I can see how long this took me. I like to see how long it takes me to do something. Oh, damn. This took me almost 4 hours. I don't know anything about any of this. This is all brand new to me. I did just find out recently how to use a stream deck, and it's 6:30. The dinner has been cooked. It is simmered. It is waited for me. It is 6:30 for me. It's not super late, but it is late for me to just randomly be doing a full face of makeup. But I started this so early. That's the other thing. I don't realize how much time is passing when you're on here, because I'm thinking that I honestly in my head was like, this took 2 hours. I was thinking 2 hours. 4 hours? You're telling me that's half a day a job at work. That's half a day a job. I sound like a human that's never worked a day in her life. That's half a day a job. But yeah, 4 hours. That's crazy. 4 hours to do a look that honestly would have taken me about 45 minutes to do. Tops. That's if I'm listening to music and I'm just vibing, which is crazy. Crazy how long you could make a simple look take. Like, I guess maybe that's why people stream. And because it's fun. This does feel very FaceTimey, which is, like I said, a danger. It's a danger to me and society, honestly, because I'll be saying stuff about the BBL community. Not good. I also think my period just started. So thanks for bringing it in, Mina. Whatever witchcraft you did, thank you. Yeah, I got 9 watch hours the last time I was on, which I need. I pretty much need my full 4,000. I think I have like 400 and something, and you need like 4,000. And 9 hours is a lot, but 9 hours is a lot when I probably only get like 18 hours a month. Oh, you're right. I should definitely do that. I should for sure do that. Do that on the days that I don't stream. I could probably clip some of them down. You're so right. You're so right. And I'm watching them back anyway. As we've covered, I do watch my own videos. I'm watching them back anyway. I might as well, while I'm watching them back, turn them into videos. I wonder if I should record them separately. No, it's fine. Yeah. That does make sense. I did post a whole stream, and I am making a whole like playlist that's just full streams, just in case people want to watch them back. Paula seemed like she wanted to watch it back, and Nightwolf, I realized usernames. Use people's usernames. Nightwolf said she was gonna watch it back later, so I guess people do like to watch them back. Yeah. I guess you can see the comments if you click on the live chat feed. I'm so fascinated by this community because to be a part of it is not something I've ever been a part of. I'm always on the opposite end of it. So like, you can also you could also delete them. It's like an option. But I'm choosing to keep mine. Because why not? If there's a chance anybody will watch it, that just adds to my watch time. So why not? Even if only one person's watching or 2 people are watching, whatever that person said. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, you mean like a time lapse, like not just... Yeah, I think they stay forever. I'm pretty sure. That's so fascinating. The idea of cross streaming is fascinating to me because it's so frowned upon in the cam world. Like, you can get booted off of platforms for cross streaming yourself, like on one platform versus another, because they're competing. And I imagine it's the same vibe. Like, Twitch would be competing with YouTube, right? So like, it's so interesting that that's like just a thing now. I wonder if it's changed even in the cam community or not, but like, yeah, you would get straight up like banned for doing that. So it's fascinating that people do that now. I feel like gaming would be fun. Maybe. The problem with gaming is I am like a quick burst gamer. Like, I will play a game for like maybe 30 minutes and then I'm like ready to do something else. Like, I'm ready to just like walk around, go do something else. And I fear for this, I could do makeup because I'll probably finish my look, even though even today I debated finishing it or not. I will probably finish the look. Video games, there is no like real ending point. So like, I fear that it would be the shortest stream ever because I would just want to get up and do something else. Yeah. But that's the other thing. I could do whatever I want, but what else would I do? Like, once again, makeup I could just do until it's done. If I'm playing Sims, I'd play it until I get bored. So then it would be a 30-minute stream, I guess. And then after I'm done, if I still wanted to keep streaming, I wouldn't know what to do. Oh, you just leave. Okay. That makes sense. I guess I feel bad. Like, I would feel bad if people still wanted to hang out and chat. And I was like, well, I guess I'd probably still, if people were chatting, I'd probably still just sit and chat. Yeah. Now I think about it, that's probably actually what I would do. I'd be like, you know what, guys? I don't feel like playing Sims anymore. Let's just talk. Like, yeah, you're right. You're right. That's definitely the difference between this and like the cam world too. The cam world, you're expected to be doing something pretty much at all times. Something, whether that's chatting or, you know, other activities, you're expected to be like on the whole time. And this, I'm like, I don't have like an activity. So like, how do I stay on? How do I stay alive? How do I like not let it get boring? I mean, it's gonna get boring, but like, how do I keep it from getting boring the whole time? Oh, it's not that person that you just like booted, whatever. It's all of them. It's back to 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 back. Like, it never ends. It never ends. And then when you really want to get upset, you remember the fact that the tokens that they pay you are essentially like 5 cents. So they're chucking nickels at you with like commands. And and it's like, it's very grating and it's very, very like, it will make you mad. It will make you very, 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 very mad. It will make you very mad. Yeah. And I mean, granted, they're not usually just chucking like one token at you. Usually it's like 25 tokens, but like one token is usually the equivalent of a nickel. And it's very maddening when you think about it that way. Very maddening. And then they're just like, they'll complain that your prices are too high. And it's just like, so you want me to get full naked for $1.25? Right. Like, and I'm sure on their end it is expensive because they're having to pay more than that nickel, right? But like, it's on your end, you know, you're just getting paid a nickel. Like, it's very, yeah. It is very maddening. It is very angering. But also, for some people, that's part of the fun, is like making a girl get worked up and angry. I have a very jaded view, I will say, of like especially men online. And it's because of my experiences. Like, just about everything I see a man do online, I'm like, that's somehow in some way related to their preferences. for lack of a better word. Like, somehow whatever they're doing online is related to their preferences. I just know it. Yeah. 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 They like to nag. They like to do whatever they can to just hurt somebody. But the one benefit I have now, there are a couple benefits I have now that I have on my younger self, but one of them is just the fact that I'm not my younger self anymore. It's the fact that I am in my 30s, where like, you can't really like nag me like that anymore. You can't really like make me do something. When I was younger, you could, because I was young, impressionable, eager to please, because that's what you are when you're a young girl. But you can't really do that to me now. Plus, I've also seen the industry. So you're taking a former cam girl and putting her in this space. It's not, there are things I'm going to have to break my habit of, but you're not going to make me do something, because I've already been chucked nickels for much more diabolical things. So you can't make me do something for free, especially. You can't make me do something and I'm not even getting paid for it. That's crazy. Yeah. Somebody got upset with me a couple months ago because they decided they were going to email me, which is fine. But I'm pretty sure this person wasn't who they said they were. They were like, it's so nice to see another like black did they say black alternative? Maybe they said alternative person of color with such dark skin. When they said that to me, that phrasing, I was like, no person, and this is not a disparagement on like dark skin, but no person of color looks at me and thinks dark skin. And that's where I was like, this is a man, first off. This is a man who just wants me to talk to them. And they know that I don't talk to men online. So they made a fake email address and used a name with because I asked them, I was like, well, you could just DM me. Because I told them, I was like, I honestly, they sent me an email just to ask me, hey, what's up? And I just didn't respond because like, why are you emailing me to say, hey, what's up? Like, weird, right? So I was like, I just didn't respond. So then they emailed me again and they're like, hey, I hope I didn't say anything to offend you. And this is after a couple of emails that they had sent me, and we sent messages back and forth because at that point they hadn't tipped me off to anything yet. I was like, oh, this person's just like nice, and I understand what it's like to feel like you're the only person of color who looks the way that you do. So I was like, I was nice and I responded. But then after they sent me that, hey, what's up? And then I didn't respond. And they were like, hey, I didn't know if I offended you. You know, I just thought that it was really cool to see another person of color in the alternative space with such deep skin. I was like, now, wait a second. Wait a second. And then I responded and I was like, no, it's not that. It's just, I don't typically chat with people over my email. Like, it's usually via DM. And I know they watched my previous video because they were like, much like yourself, much like yourself, I also am not on social media like that anymore. So I actually don't have any social media sites. And I was like, oh, well, I'll tell you, like, and it's true, I do prefer to talk to people via DMs only because it protects me and it protects them. It allows me to, number one, we can both see that we're real people, because I think that's important. I don't feel like either of us on either end should be divulging any information about ourselves if we can't verify the person we're talking to on the other side. I think that's like a normal level of internet caution to practice. I think that's a normal level. And I cannot verify that this person was who they said they were because all they had was a random email. They've never commented on any of my videos on YouTube, but I know that they have watched them, but they never commented on them. And I feel like most people Well, at least leave one comment that's like, oh my God, I never thought that I would see somebody else that's into the same thing that I am. Usually there's like a breaking point comment that makes somebody go, that introduces them to the, yeah. Well, and that's the thing. You can be a lurker, but usually you're not going to send me an email. Usually you're not going to take it off the platform. That's weird. That's a weird thing to do, to take it off the platform. Usually you will make a breaking content, like a breaking comment to like break that wall. And that turns you from lurker to like somebody who's actually a part of the community. But they didn't do that. They just decided to email me. And like I said, the other thing was when they called me a deep color, I was like, that's so weird, because I'm not. And like I said, it's not about, yeah. Well, and I think it's also because they figured it wouldn't be as easy to verify, because I would have, when I was in the industry, people would email me too, because they felt like it was safer for them because they could keep some alias there that they probably couldn't if they just went through the effort of making a burner Instagram account or something, you know? And once again, I also, if I see that your Instagram account has like no pictures and there's nothing there, I will usually, if not delete your message, I'll just leave it in the request box. Because why? Why? I have no reason to respond to that because I can't verify that you're a real person. And I just refuse to engage in that. That's one thing that the industry has taught me, is not a lot, but enough internet safety to know if I can't verify your age, I can't verify who you are to the best of my ability, I have no reason to engage in any of this, because it sounds like trouble. It honestly just sounds like trouble. And they got pretty upset when I said, they just stopped. Like the emails completely stopped when I said, do you have any way that I could verify that you are you? Do you have an account? I won't follow it or anything. I just want to, and then they just stopped responding. And I was like, if you really, a girl would understand. A girl would understand my precautions about somebody that has no pictures, no verified social media, had never commented on any of my content ever. A girl would understand. They would understand. A creep would not understand, or they would be embarrassed they got found out. So yeah, I don't do it. People that are like, I can't wait. I'm really glad the OnlyFans thing is like not as big as it used to be, because the way people just jumped onto that as if it was like a solution to their problems, I'm like, you don't understand that you just invited the worst crazy into your life. And you're about to be so jaded for no reason. If you just gave yourself another chance, and I love the industry took care of me, but if you just gave yourself another chance, if you just took another avenue, you probably would have been fine. You probably would have figured it out the way most people do. You would have fumbled around in your early teens, your early 20s, like everybody does. And then you would have fumbled around a little bit more in your mid 20s. And then you probably would have maybe started to see something your late 20s and in your 30s, and you would not have all of the things that come with being in the adult industry. You know, like you wouldn't have all of that. But people are just choosing it because it's easy to do. Not it's easy to do, but it's easy to make the choice to get into it. And that's the other thing. Just because it's an easy choice to get into doesn't make it an easy thing to do. And now you just made this easy choice for something that's hard to do, and you invited a whole sea of crazy into your life. And you're broke, because chances are you're probably broke. Like, you know, and you get addicted to like the fast money. When you can make money, it's real freaking fast. It comes real fast. But then there are so many days where it's not fast. And then you get panicked because you're like, I don't know when I'm going to make my next check. And it's not good. Especially these young girls that are getting actual body enhancements for the industry. I'm like, that's so crazy because you're so young. You haven't even hit like your adult body yet. and you're getting all of this work done before that had even happened to you, just for this industry, that the likelihood of you failing out of it is way too high. So you just invested all this money, or got somebody to invest all this money for you to have this body. When people see this body on you, they're going to know why you have that body. It's not an inconspicuous body. There's a reason why girls get that body. So then you just put it branded even on your forehead, essentially. You just put Jezebel right on your forehead. Might as well. And then you try to do a different path, go down a civilian path, and you can't. Because now you look like the job that you had for 4 months. Yeah. And it's unfortunate. When I got into it, and at the time that I had gotten into it, at that point, it was still, you got into it because you kind of had to. It wasn't because this was like a big thing. Like, I was into it, I want to say maybe 4 years before the OnlyFans boom really started. It had been a couple years before the boom had really started. And it was because people were into it because they had to do it. Nobody was into it necessarily. And then people eventually got used to it, and then it became something that they were doing. But like, nobody was really doing it just because, like, you know, they wanted to, or because they wanted to avoid struggle completely. I think it's okay to struggle a little bit. And I think that that's something else that people are like forgetting about being young, is like, you're supposed to struggle a little bit when you're young. And I'm not trying to sound like a boomer here where I'm like, you're supposed to pull yourself up by the bootstraps or whatever. But like, there's a lot of character growth that comes in like having to figure things out, and like not having like an old daddy try to guide your way through it all. Like, there's a lot of character growth that comes from, there's character growth that comes from that too, but it's a different kind. Like, there's a lot of growth that comes from being young and dumb, and being able to be young and dumb, that I think people are missing out on. And it sucks. It sucks to see. Because I'm like, why would you pick this for yourself when you could just be young and dumb? You very well could just do that. You don't have to do this. There are much better young and dumb decisions to make. This doesn't have to be the one that you make, you know? Especially when it comes to the surgery. Because to get surgery for this job when you're under 25 is crazy. Yeah. Young and experimental. Yes. Yeah. And I think it's fine. And I think it's fine to like not be rich when you're 18. Like, I think it sucks to work retail. It sucks to work, you know, fast food or whatever. But I tried to work at McDonald's, and they refused to not have me wear a headset. And that's part of the reason why I think I only lasted at McDonald's for like a week. And I kept telling them, I was like, no, I'm deaf. And they were like, if you can talk to us, you can wear a headset. And I was like, right. Let's see how well that's going to go. And I just left. I was like, I can't do this. I cannot do this. And that actually happened to me at Ulta too. They're like, you could just put it on. You don't even have to use it. And I was like, why am I putting this on? This is actually making it harder for me. Why am I doing this? And like, if I had other options, I would have taken other options. But there was a point where I had no other options. So that's where I ended up. And that's kind of how most of the older people ended up in the industry. None of us were like 18 and we're like, we can't wait to be on the internet like this. Nobody was thinking that. Like, it wasn't really an idea, but like nobody was thinking that. And it's so weird. Yeah. Everybody was just wearing headsets all of a sudden. And I was like, why are we doing this? That's not how this works. And like, they can't inherently fire you for being disabled, but they can find ways. And I was just like, I can't like do this. Why are you trying to make me do this? Why? And really, if I could have been in a club and only been in a club, I would have done that. I would have never been online. But I needed some supplemental money. And so that's where being online came from. But I actually love being in the club, not because of men, but because I love being in a club. I do. I love the music. I love the lights. I love the glam. I love being in the club. That is where I belong. When I am that wrinkly old lady, I will be in the club in my wheelchair. Put me on the bar. That's where I want my wheelchair. I want there to be an indent specifically for my wheelchair on that bar so I could sit up there with my blue eyeshadow and my falsies on. That is what I hope for. Honestly. Love the club. Do not love being online because that's where the most entitled people are, and they can be because they all get to hide behind a username. Like Jerkin Josh or something. And you just shrug because everybody knows Jerkin Josh. Everybody knows him. We just ignore him now because everybody knows him. And it's crazy. It's such a weird thing. Such a weird job. Oh my God. Annie Mae. That's such a good name. I don't even know where mine are. Randy was laying underneath this mat, and then I think I scared him because I kept moving the chair. This desk moves up and down, and my one dog, Red, he's scared to go underneath the desk because he doesn't like, there's like a cord cover thing, and it's shaped kind of like a dinosaur spine. And he doesn't like that thing for whatever reason. It doesn't make noise that I know of or anything. He just doesn't like the vibes, I guess. And so, oh yeah. Yeah, it is dinner. It is dinner. It is definitely dinner. Yeah. We should go eat dinner. Annie is right. She said, well, she's mostly looking out for herself, but also self-care. We should go eat dinner. You were so right about that. Okay. I'm going to take my silly little pictures for the gram to let them know that I was online. I was here in this landmark, okay? And I'm going to eat, I think, meatball subs. And I will DM you. I got DMs for you, girl. And yeah. We will, I don't know when I'll be back online. Who knows? We already talked about it. It's all vibes here. Look at us, twinsies. Yeah, I got you. But yeah. Thanks for keeping me company. Let me actually look at the camera. Thanks for keeping me company. And we will talk soon. Me and you. All right.